Ja, genau, das ist auf jeden Fall gut eine Karte, ja. Was gut ist? Ah, sehr gut. Ich war bei der Bundesdatenschutzbeauftragten eine Veranstaltung, die hatte, es ging um Gesundheitsdaten, das ist jetzt nicht so sehr mein Thema. Aber es ist ganz interessant und durchaus sehr umstritten. Also am Anfang ist es ja neu im Amt. Seit keine Ahnung. Das war so die erste Veranstaltung. Genau. Sie wird genau. Und natürlich werden wollen wir uns noch so ein bisschen mehr in den Raum setzen und dich rüberbekommen zu der wieder ein bisschen. Wir können auch noch näher zu mir kommen und noch ein bisschen hoch.
Ah ja, das ist mein Gedanke, genau.
Das ist natürlich so Stage Manager, wenn wir den jetzt die ganze Bühne umräumen. Ja, das ist
Achso, ja, wir haben es schon alles eingestellt.
Lichtanfall.
Oh ja, ja.
Dear participants and friends of the Humanitarian Congress in Berlin, it is my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the organizers to this next session entitled Young Voices in Humanitarian Law, Paradigm Shifts and Technological Change. I'm Katja Schöberl and very much looking forward to moderating this 1.5 hours that we will be spending together. With me on stage, both physically and virtually, are in the order of their inputs, Dr. Claire Vergerio, independent scholar, online. Dr. Tassilo Singer, lecturer at the University of the Bundeswehr in Munich. Erik Tuchtfeld, research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law. And Mirka Schäfer, head of advocacy and mobilization of SOS Humanity. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. The session will be live streamed and will also be recorded. We will first hear from the panelists with their inputs and through a series of guided questions, and then we will open up for your questions. You will have the opportunity to raise questions both here in this room as well as online through the chat function. So today, we wish and propose to have a reflection and conversation on paradigm shifts in international humanitarian law, abbreviated as IHL and meaning the laws of armed conflict. A paradigm can be roughly described as a set of patterns, theories, or concepts which shape how we think about the world. A paradigm shift may be understood as a fundamental change in how we perceive and respond to reality. By bringing together a diverse perspective and expertise, we want to explore in this panel how humanitarian law deals with change. Technological change specifically, but broader change generally as well. And whether additional transformations or shifts may be necessary to find solutions to the humanitarian challenges that we currently face and will be facing in the future. So let us start the conversation with you, Claire. Can you please describe for us how international humanitarian law has evolved as a body of public international law, and when we have seen paradigm shifts and what they were prompted by in the past?
Sure. Thank you, Katja. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay, great. Right, so as the resident, I think, like history person on the panel, I'm gonna go for the context giving. But I am mindful that I have 5 minutes to answer this question, so I won't go through a century by century development. I think what's really important to know as we start talking about change and international law, and specifically the IHL or the laws of armed conflict or the laws of war, the name has changed over time as well, is that on the one hand, IHL is a very long tradition. It has its roots in some elements of Roman law, some aspects of chivalry from the Middle Ages. There's a whole body of ideas about how conflicts ought to be fought that comes to us from the early modern period. So 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. Many of you may be familiar with the names of Hugo Grotius or Alberico Gentili, but really what's most important to understand kind of how international humanitarian law has evolved as a body of public international law, the most important element is really the late 19th century, because that's when international law emerges as a discipline, and it is at the heart of this new discipline, the main pillar is the laws of war. So to understand where international humanitarian law comes from, we really have to look at the period during which it's codified, the first time it's written down from the roughly 1860s onwards, just about 150 years ago, which in historical terms is really quite recent. And over this period, we've seen a fair amount of evolution of IHL, but in many ways it has also remained quite true to the way it looked when it was first written down. So, of course, and we'll talk about this to some extent today, we've seen a lot of developments because of technological change. That's often the main driver of why the laws of armed conflict emerge, or rather why they change. So a few examples: expanding bullets. These were particularly deadly kinds of bullets that emerged in the late 19th century that were used quite a bit in colonial warfare, notably, that were outlawed. We then saw the development of submarines that required developments in the way conflicts were regulated. Nuclear weapons is another one. I know we'll talk about AI today. But something I'd like to submit for the purpose of this discussion is that regulations that aim to address technological change don't necessarily constitute paradigm shifts in terms of IHL, in the sense that they are changes in the rules, but they don't fundamentally, at least in my opinion, transform the way the rules apply and the broader system of rules. And I'm looking forward to potentially disagreeing with some colleagues about this. So to give you a sense of what I think is a much more meaningful paradigm shift that has happened historically, there is a moment at which we decided, and I would submit that this happens in the late 19th century, that only sovereign states have the right to wage war, and that as a consequence, only actors who are fighting directly on behalf of a state have the right to kill. This also means that only states have the right to self-defense. This wasn't always the case historically, and it meant eventually that, for instance, during colonial warfare, all national liberation movements who weren't fighting for states, because by definition they weren't states, were considered to not have the right to use force, and therefore they were considered to be terrorists. In my opinion, that's a paradigm shift, deciding that we're going to move from a world where lots of different actors have the right to wage war to one where only sovereign states have the right to wage war, and that this is going to be the basis for how IHL operates. That is a fundamental change in how we regulate conflict. So we'll see what that means and whether we can tie that to the debates about what diversity means today, what we need, as well as we think about how international humanitarian law could be more just for the future. But one thing that I would like to also submit as the sort of little historical perspective that I think is useful for this panel is that often we think that paradigm shifts have happened in international humanitarian law because the goal was to make war less inhumane and less brutal. And something that I think history shows us is actually that a lot of this has to do primarily with power politics and with the attempt of those who are already powerful to further assert their power and their dominance. So hopefully that gives a little bit of context about where international humanitarian law, comes from, what a paradigm shift might or might not look like, depending on how you think about it, and what might drive some of these shifts over time.
Thank you very much. And we will be looking at the issue of technological change in more detail with the next panelists. But for now, Claire, you shared your reflections on what effects diversity could mean in our legal and humanitarian discourse and effects that it might have on paradigm shifts in law. So in your observation, also from a historical and long-term perspective, is there a shift towards a more social and just legal system? And if not, what kind of shifts would be necessary for the system to be more appropriate to deal with the challenges that we see?
Right. So, I think there's been a little bit of a shift. I think we can think a lot bigger in many respects. And I hope that those who are here today are hoping to think big as well, because we clearly need new solutions in terms of how we regulate conflict, because whatever we're doing now, it seems to be a very disappointing approach overall if we look at the amount of absolutely brutal violence going on in the world at the moment. I think diversity is a huge asset in making these rules, and something that's really important to remember historically is that when the rules were first codified in the late 19th century, this was a remarkably not diverse moment. This is probably the moment when the West was most exclusive in how it decided to make the rules. So it was mostly Western countries with a few select invites, notably to recently decolonized Latin American states, to make the rules together without really including the voices of anyone else. And what's really problematic about IHL today is that in many respects, that is the system we inherited. That is the way of thinking about how to regulate conflict that we have inherited. So there were, of course, a lot of efforts to change those rules, especially during that moment of activism and decolonization in the 1960s and the 1970s. That saw a huge push to rethink things like the international economic system, but also things like the way we regulate international conflict. One really important aspect was the push to give national liberation movements the right to use force. That was a semi-successful attempt, but that was a real paradigm shift in the sense that it really sought to profoundly change the rules of how conflicts are regulated. I think we're not seeing anything quite as ambitious today, and I think that is a real problem. If you think about, for example, the way we talk about who has the right to self-defense in any sort of armed conflict. If you are the people of Ukraine, obviously you do, because you are fighting on behalf of a state. If you're an indigenous group under violent assault by a state, you don't have this right because you're not a state, at least not as a collective body. So this is something which I think really needs to be on the table in terms of the discussions that we have. Is this just? Is this fair? Do the laws of war really reflect a just system that we can stand by today, or are there elements of it that we inherited from that late 19th century non-diverse moment that we maybe want to rethink at this point? And so in this sense, I think there are many, many shifts that are necessary in terms of those rules. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about some of the technological ones that have to do with, for instance, the emergence of AI. And I think that's a really important aspect of the discussion right now, because obviously we have to deal with AI and what it's doing to armed conflict. And international humanitarian law is always behind technological change and trying to adapt to it as we move forward. But I think it is also time maybe for a more fundamental look at the values and assumptions that underpin the system more broadly in terms of some of the basic ideas of who should be allowed to use force in the first place and why, and what types of exceptions we make, and do they make any sense? Are they fair, or are they just inherited from 3 generations ago in a context that was completely different and that we would no longer deem appropriate today? So I hope that we can have a conversation both about technological challenges today and how to face those as lawyers, as scholars of today and of tomorrow, because I imagine there are many of them in the room, but also perhaps we can have a broader discussion about what it means to regulate conflict fairly in the contemporary world. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Claire, for setting out the different issues so clearly. For us as we embark on this conversation. We will, for now, be changing to the issue of technological change more specifically, but then come back to the broader issues in the discussion later. So, Tassilo, turning to you, could you set out for us how technological change impacts paradigm shifts in IHL, and maybe share a bit your reflection on what kinds of technological change have led to or are leading to what types of paradigm shifts?
Thank you. Thank you first for having me here. Well, according to my opinion, we have to start a little bit before IHL, and just to set the frame for technological change, we have to remind ourselves that international treaties, in particularly IHL, is based on the principle of reciprocity. That means that states who want to be bound by this rule or this treaty have to agree on it. So that's what we are having at the moment with the Geneva Conventions from '49 and the additional Protocol 1 is the outcome of an agreement of states. And you can look it up to the treaty parties, to the Geneva Conventions, for example, that these are mostly all of the states of the world. Additional Protocol 1 is a different story, but basically it's just the framework. And in additional Protocol 1, there's one rule which is very pivotal and very central for technological change, and this is Article 36, which means like weapons review. And this means independently of the technology that all weapons which are meant to be used in the conduct of hostilities and in an armed conflict, they have to be tested according to some sort of procedure, just as a general rule. And this rule basically is also the connection point for, or the answer basically to the questions, how is IHL responding to technological change? IHL, it's the answer, is flexible. It is shown in this particular rule. And this rule is cited by the International Court of Justice in its nuclear weapons judgment when they had to discuss about a pivotal change, a paradigm shift in warfare, like how are we acting, how is the use of nuclear weapons to be considered under IHL, under international humanitarian law. I know the outcome of the judgment is fairly controversial and it's still part of a lot of discussions about technology. But my answer first is like IHL in general is open to new technologies. However, it has to be interpreted in some sort of way. A second point of this frame is, as I said, we have the reciprocity principle, and we cannot, unilaterally make up rules and bind any other sovereign states or any other non-state armed actor to these rules. In times where we have geopolitical tensions, as now, so where we have big fronts between the West and the East and the South and the North and so on, it is very hard to get new rules to be agreed on and new treaties to be agreed on. And so the only chance for IHL to be effective at the moment, as we won't get new treaties, is that we have to adapt the interpretation and find common interpretations of rules and stress the existing rules and the binding to existing rules. So, coming back to your questions, how does law react? Well, the law has options for it, and at the moment, as we don't get new treaties, and we did get the last technological treaties on IHL, I think 10 years ago or something, or 8 years ago with this cluster ammunition treaties under the UNCCW, but other options are not available at the moment.
So what would you say, how should IHL and the IHL lawyers then respond to these shifts through interpretation? Is that what you're saying?
I want to get one step back. Well, if I have to make one or two examples just to stress the technological perspective. We have new technologies that have to be looked up now, and I will make a big step back and say, like, well, the internet, the sharing of information has changed also the conduct of hostilities fundamentally, because informations are available by everyone. The governmental control is very, very restricted or not possible via VPN or something like this. And so this has implications on the battlefield and the conduct of hostilities. A second, really, I think, technological change is also the use of social media, which even more increases the sharing of information, but which can have very grave consequences for IHL or for the parties be obliged to IHL, or for, well, I would say, people who have nothing to do with a conflict but get drawn into it because they just share information via social media. Just to give an example, if you look at a big conflict in the East at the moment, people like civilians were called by the government to share photos of enemy forces via social media or share it to their military centers. This could be interpreted by the other party of the conflict as a participation in hostilities and therefore render civilians a legitimate target according to IHL, according to Article 51, Article 3, and Paragraph 3. And same applies also for example, for the work of humanitarian aid. If they want to share information to get a public awareness, to be transparent, to show that there is a grave evil or something happening in the area, this could render them a certain subject and party to the conflict, or at least inflict their position with view to the different fighting forces, which at the end could lead to them being a target or them being picked out and not let into certain conflict areas because they just shared information with these new technologies. So I think this is something really that has to be adapted. So coming back to how do the lawyers have to react, I think I answered it partly with my input before. Well, you have to be very quick on the technology, you have to be very aware and flexible and have to think about like the general principles of IHL, about the balance between humanity and military advantage, about the qualification of subjects, about the speed of time. Just one last example, if I may. If you look at Article 57, AP1, Additional Protocol 1, you have the rule that when you have started a targeting process and send a weapon free, for example, or start to send a weapon free, you have to always watch the target and see if there are changes in the area. So if you have a change of information, which you get by new technologies, you know, the time frame is much shorter and you have to react on some sort if you at some point can do it. So also this means new technology can also impose new obligations out of existing rules on the parties to the conflict. So yeah, that's my answer.
So the big question before we move on, it really has to do then with artificial intelligence, right? And so the question being, is this a shift or is this really an end of paradigm in the rules of international humanitarian law? How can or how should IHL be integrated into autonomous weapon systems or military decision-making more broadly? Is it compatible with the way how we think about armed conflicts and their legal regulation?
Well, that's a very difficult question, and I could talk for hours about it, but I try to make it very, very short. First of all, artificial intelligence, as any other technology, just speaking broadly, is subject to Article 36, Additional Protocol 1. So if any party wants to include artificial intelligence in its weapon technologies, there has to be some sort of weapons review, which will then, in the best case, you know, look at the ability to still comply to the obligations, be compliant to the obligations. If you look at military decision-making and AI, we have to be very careful about our understanding of AI. There is no one AI. There are artificial intelligence functions. So there can be an artificial intelligence object recognition. There can be an artificial intelligent information data fusion system. There can be an artificial intelligence target evaluation mechanism, which just does numbers. And there can be an artificial intelligence mechanism that even, and this is kind of the really, really hard part from perspective of IHL, could select targets and engage targets. There could be, you know. And if you look at specific cases, basically, you have to look that if the artificial intelligence function is planned to be included in the process of targeting, you have to look if this inclusion complies with IHL, meaning to have some sort of human control, meaning to establish a responsibility like you have with the rule of commander's responsibility, and so on and so forth. And therefore, you have to then check this specific artificial intelligence functions with its compliance with IHL in the whole process. But that means you really have to go to your targeting processes and have to look it up and have to check, is this equivalent to general human behavior and so on and so forth, and this is very difficult.
And we won't go into much more detail on this very specific question, but just to mention, I mean, the regulation of means and methods of warfare is one big part of international humanitarian law and addresses precisely those types of questions that Tassilo is raising. But another one, of course, is the protection of those not participating in the fight, right? So including their access to humanitarian assistance during armed conflicts. And that's something that we want to look at now with our next speaker, Erik, and raise the question with you of how accountability, do no harm principles be included into AI-based humanitarian action, and how we deal with data collection, analysis, prediction of needs, and all these sorts of issues in humanitarian aid based on international humanitarian law.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. I think it shows already from the question that it's quite a range of topics, and Tassilo mentioned already that there is not one AI. It's a big term for many very different, actually even technologies which are somehow collected under this term. And I think it really matters to take a look at particular functions which AI fulfills, and then then try to evaluate the harm it might which might occur. So I think that which is kind of obvious, the do no harm principle is maybe the most important principle of humanitarian aid. The very idea of not that the support conducted by humanitarian organizations should not unfold negative effects on the population. And I think when deploying, like very broadly saying, any kind of AI technology, it's important to keep in mind that the output of such an AI system can only be as good as the input. So data collection is very important. And when it comes to the input of the data, we can also differentiate between the training data, so the data which was used to train the AI system, which was used to create the AI system, and the very concrete input data given to the AI system to then make a decision or give a recommendation or some kind of prediction or something like that, depending on the particular application. And it's important to be aware that AI is not some kind of magic and you have a problem and then you execute some kind of AI application and then you get a solution for it, but that the AI system can only be as good as the input. If there's bad input, if you don't have information, then you will have an output which is probably bad and which at least has to be considered with a grain of salt. The next step, in particular when we come to the quality of the data, is that there is no such thing as neutral training data. So in many AI systems have some kind of biases included in their application. And when we look at concrete examples, for example, the use of AI systems for authentication and identification to, for example, hand out basic supplies like food and other health supplies and something similar. So in some refugee camps, AI mechanisms, AI applications are used for the identification of people to then hand out these supplies. If they are not identified, these supplies are not handed out. But we know that some of these identification systems work way worse for people with, for example, darker skin color. And if the deployment of such a system, which should help and facilitate the process, make it smoother, make it easier to access the supply, then leads to a situation where people which have a right to access some kind of supplies cannot access it anymore. It's kind of a serious risk by these technologies, And the third and maybe most important point is the question of privacy. As I said, AI systems can only be as good as their data input, so they need information. But at the same time, collecting information on a big scale always poses a lot of risk because it contains lots of information, the very thing it should do, about people, and some of these information are quite sensitive. When we start collecting information in big databases, there's always the risk that these information at some point will also be used by other entities. So the idea of data minimization, to only collect the information which are absolutely necessary, is, I think, absolute key to at least reduce the risk of harm when deploying these kind of new technologies.
Thank you. And since you mentioned the importance of data input and the quality of data, the question comes up what human rights law in IHL in armed conflict situations has to say about surveying the digital and analog environment. How can AI be used and should it be used? Can it be used based on these legal paradigms? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the use of AI, some call it simply a surveillance instrument. On the one hand, because you need to have lots of data, as I said, to train these systems, and in many cases, this also means lots of personal data. So you need already to have a system of surveillance, of collecting personal data on grand scale, to train these kind of systems, to make them even like existing. And then to use them, you still need to have the data. You need to have information about the scenarios, so you can then use the AI, for example, for predictions, or also for, I mean, when it comes to military decision making, for very personal information about people, which then calculate some probability if this person is a legitimate target or not under AHL. But of course, even in situations like occupations, but also, I mean, in a situation where humanitarian aid is deployed, for example, refugee camps, these people, they still have human rights, and this contains also the right to privacy. So there is a general right to have privacy, to have private communication, to not be surveilled under any circumstances, and it changes the situation, the life of people if they are surveilled or not. We know it, I mean, it's really like common sense. We know it in places like Germany in peaceful situations, but we also know it in situations of conflict, that people change their behavior, and the people change their behavior when they are under surveillance, and this has adversarial effects on many other human rights, because privacy is some kind of a precondition for the exercise of many other rights, when it comes, for example, to the freedom of expression, when it comes to the freedom to assembly, the freedom to hold an opinion. Once you feel that there is surveillance, that you cannot hold your own thought anymore without powerful entities knowing what you think of such stuff, and possibly punishing you, this really has very negative effects on human rights.
I mean, one aspect surely is privacy issues, and the other one then has to do with the regulation of information through content moderation. So, in your understanding, what is the significance of content moderation for IHL compliance? When we talk about armed conflict situations, what role do misinformation, disinformation, but also the existence of information play in our perception and then in the acceptance of the IHL rules which govern those situations?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, because there are 3 dimensions. One is the one Tassilo already talked about, that social media enables basically everyone to share information. And it also enables people living in situations of conflict to share information. And sometimes these information sharing, when it concerns, for example, the position of military material, might change their status under international humanitarian law. But at the same time, it's also used to document, for example, violations of international humanitarian law. So we know that open source intelligence is very important when it comes to raising awareness of violations of international humanitarian law, and also to later collect evidence, for example, also for the persecution under international criminal law for those who have perpetrated crimes, for example, crimes of war. So we have the importance of information sharing and collection of information on social media. The moderation, the content moderation exercised by platforms has, for example, led in the past to a situation where evidence for war crimes have been deleted because it violates their terms of services. We can see how some big companies in the Silicon Valley then establish rules and exercise them, and the setup of these rules and the enforcement of these particular rules then leads to consequences in armed conflicts in other places of the world. Also, we have seen that content moderation, if it's applied in a bad way, or if there's, for example, content moderation not exercised at all because, for example, of language barriers, because the big social media companies are still mainly conducting their content moderation in the big, mainly Western languages, then it can even lead to civil conflicts. It can even lead to situations like genocide, because also historically media was always important to spread propaganda, to spread hate, and also to spread disinformation about particular groups, marginalized groups, which have then been persecuted in situations like in situations which at least come close to genocides. So we have the sharing of information. We have content moderation, which, when there is no content moderation, can also steer conflicts. And we have also some kind of meta level that the discussion about law is also taking place on social platforms. So many experts like scholars of international humanitarian law, but also states. I mean, there's some kind of even diplomacy now going on Twitter when you follow the accounts of official accounts of embassies and foreign offices. This all happens on social media, and we can. I think the way international humanitarian law is discussed on social media also changes our perception of it. more people are informed in a really concise manner by very established scholars about what a particular rule of international humanitarian law means, how it applies to a very concrete, specific situation of conflict, which might be discussed in the newspapers at this current situation in time. But at the same time, we obviously also have a lot of misinformation. A misinformation when it comes to the legal interpretation of rules. So some people are trying to push forward interpretation of rules which are simply not shared by anyone in the legal community, but it's often difficult for people who are not trained as lawyers to then evaluate the quality of such an interpretation. And at the same time, obviously it's also even more established rules which are challenged then in public discourse. It's not only anymore a discourse on panels like this one, conferences like this one, and in the journals and in court decisions, but it has become a public discourse on specific rules of international humanitarian law, and of course this also changes these rules and possible interpretations of them.
Thank you. I'm assuming we might come back to some of those aspects in the discussion later, but we've now arrived in the middle of our reflections around the role of facts and law. And this leads us, Milka, to you. And we want to broaden our perspective now a little bit from the international humanitarian law, the laws of armed conflict, and also talk about international human rights law and refugee law, and ask you what your perception is of what the role of facts and the law in the current migration discourse is. How are those bodies of law currently being perceived and talked about in your experience?
Thank you. I'm happy to bring in some operational examples and challenges from the side of SOS Humanity. The current migration discourse is dominated by a framing of migration as a threat. Migration is not acknowledged as a human phenomenon that has always existed and will always exist. The narrative in the EU is that there are too many refugees and that Europe can't handle it. But it is not a question of numbers, it's a question of political will and of commitment to human rights. The EU has managed to welcome 4.2 million refugees from Ukraine as of November 2023. The EU was very quick to activate the temporary protection mechanism, which includes the access for Ukrainian refugees to the labor market, housing, to move freely within the EU, medical assistance, and so on. However, for people fleeing from other countries, the human right to asylum is increasingly restricted in the EU. The possibility of obtaining asylum in the EU presupposes that a person makes it into the territory, or at least until the border of the EU. At the same time, the access to this territory is systematically restricted. This asylum paradox leads to a serious human rights problem and to violence and death at Europe's external borders. EU migration policies of deterrence and of closed doors are responsible for the humanitarian crisis that we are witnessing since a decade in the Central Mediterranean Sea. Since 2014, more than 30,500 people have died in the Central Mediterranean Sea. On average, 4 people drown every day this year. The migration route remains one of the deadliest in the world. SOS Humanity is one of the organizations, a humanitarian search and rescue organization, trying to fill the rescue gap that states have left behind. The Italian maritime rescue operation Mare Nostrum was the last one that deployed rescue ships in the Central Mediterranean Sea. It was followed by a European military operation, Sophia, but as of now there are no more rescue ships from European member states active in the Central Mediterranean Sea. However, there is a system of surveillance technology also. For example, Frontex airplanes and drones are monitoring the situation in the Mediterranean Sea. This does not lead, however, to more rescues. but to more interceptions and forced interceptions and returns to Libya and Tunisia. The Central Mediterranean Sea is not a lawless space. Our humanitarian work there is based on a comprehensive legal framework. The international maritime law sets as rules to ensure that every person in distress at sea receives timely assistance. It is crucial for protecting the right to life to follow these rules. The duty to rescue applies to all ships and all assets at sea equally. Coastal states must ensure that every person in distress receives assistance, and a rescue operation ends when the persons disembark in a place of safety. International human rights law under international human rights law, it is guaranteed that in the non-refoulement principle that no person should be returned to any place where there would be facing torture or other ill and inhuman treatment or degrading or irreparable harm. However, the daily reality in the Central Mediterranean Sea is that these legal obligations are violated by state actors on a daily basis. Distress calls remain unanswered, and information about boats in distress is not shared, even though Frontex is using this surveillance technology and is live streaming what is happening and with the boats at sea to the Frontex headquarters. I want to bring one example of a rescue operation of Humanitarian that happened in March this year. Humanitarian was assisting 3 boats in distress that were unseaworthy, overcrowded, the people had no life-saving equipment, and there were approximately 100 people. While Humanitarian, our rescue ship, was conducting the rescue operation, the so-called Libyan Coast Guard arrived and violently interrupted this rescue operation, and people went overboard. They fell and jumped into the water because the so-called Libyan Coast Guard officers were threatening with gun. They shot into the water where people were and next to our crew, and our crew had to retreat from the scene and only was able to take 77 people with them. The rest of the people, an unknown number, was left in the water and taken back to Libya. According to one of the survivors on board Humanitarian, at least 1 person drowned during this incident. The patrol vessel that interrupted the rescue operation was donated and by Italy and funded by the European Union. More than 80,600 people have been returned to Libya in violation of international law this year alone. Many people tried to flee several times from this country, such as a 20-year-old survivor from Sudan who was on board Humanitarian, and he was rescued last year in August. I would like to share his testimony with you. I am a refugee. All refugees have a story. The children of my country, they lost many things: their future, their education, their health, and their parents. In my city, there was war and destruction around me. I left my country and came to Libya. I thought that my life would be better in Libya, but the contrary was the case. There's racism against all black people in Libya. There's no freedom in Libya. I was asking for asylum and protection at UNHCR in Libya, but they never answered me back. I tried to cross the Mediterranean. The first time I was not successful. The second time neither. I became one of the prisoners of Libya. You have to pay a lot to get out of the prison. I heard there are human rights in Europe and said to myself, I have to go there. So I tried to go on a boat another time. If there had been not the rescue ship of SOS Humanity, I would either be dead or in prison. We lost a lot of friends and brothers to the sea. The migration of the Mediterranean is a problem and a catastrophe because the European Union is financing Libyan authorities. The authorities use terrorism against the refugees. They are not a government. They do human trafficking. They hand the migrants from person to person, from employee to employee. The payment to Libya and Tunisia is used in a bad way. Europe should stop the support of militias. His report is not a singular case. We treat people with signs of torture on board Humanity One every time we after conducting a rescue operation, and people report being detained in Libya and that they tried to escape. This is also what the UN fact-finding mission found in Libya. They even said it amounts to crimes against humanity that were committed against migrants and refugees in Libya. Nevertheless, the EU is continuing this kind of cooperation, not only with Libya, but also with Tunisia, despite human rights violations against migrants and refugees in Tunisia as well. Instead of the continuous disregard and the erosion of international law in the Central Mediterranean, we urgently call for compliance with applicable law and legal norms.
Thank you very much, Mirka, for this report and your analysis of gaps in regulation and compliance. A follow-up question relates to the role that civil society, organization like yours, but also young people broadly, which is also a focus of this panel, can play in advocating for compliance of existing norms, but also advocating for shifts in regulation, creation of new norms, if necessary. Is that something that you can also talk about?
So SOS Humanity was founded in 2015 by engaged members of civil society who are committed to human rights, and people from all over the world join SOS Humanity and other humanitarian search and rescue organizations to take action in light of the rising death tolls at Europe's borders. The average age of SOS Humanity, within SOS Humanity, is quite young. There are many people in their 20s and 30s, such as myself, and they come from very diverse backgrounds. So, for example, we have volunteer groups in Germany who raise public awareness and who also raise funds. And on board our ship, Humanity One, there are 29 crew members who come, for example, on board as seafarers, as cooks, medical staff, protection specialists, mental health specialists, and also as media professionals. And together as humanitarians and as civil society, we stand up for human rights. That's even more necessary because we face increasingly shrinking humanitarian space in the Central Mediterranean Sea. We see new and continuing attempts to defame our life-saving work, also by the use of fake news and social media, and to obstruct and restrict it through laws and administrative practices. Since 2023, humanitarian rescue ships have been detained in Italy on the basis of an Italian law in 26 cases. This has led to a loss of operational time at sea for more than 500 days. We have taken legal action against unjust obstruction of our life-saving work, and in Italy, both in Italy, and we have also filed an official complaint to the European Commission as guardian of the treaties. One time, Humanity One has been detained in Italy, and this was following the incident that I described in March with a violent interference of the so-called Libyan Coast Guard. Afterwards, Humanity One has been detained in Crotone in Italy for 20 days. And we appealed against this detention. And in June this year, the Civil Court of Crotone ruled that this detention was unlawful, in fact. The court also established that the so-called Libyan Coast Guard and the Libyan Rescue Coordination Center are not legitimate search and rescue actors because they cannot provide a place of safety. However, these types of appeals and also litigation take time and resources, and it's not always possible, especially in time-sensitive matters when there are persons at immediate risk of drowning, or also when there is the immediate risk of an interception and violation of the non-refoulement principle. A big question for us is how can we hold states accountable? And this is also maybe a question for us here.
Yes, and before we open up the discussion, I saw that Eric, you wanted to react to Milka's last point.
Yeah, not a last point, but a point you made before. I wanted to emphasize that and to stress that, because you talked about border technology and how we can see mass surveillance, for the example, in the Mediterranean Sea. And I think it's something we can see also on a broader scale, that also in the field of humanitarian aid, but also when it comes to border protection, the technologies are used which are still kind of experimental. So technologies which are not deployed within countries, in particular not within northern Western countries, because there's a strong objection by civil rights actors, because there's a strong urge to protect fundamental rights, are then deployed in other scenarios where the citizens of those governments who deploy these technologies are not observing the situation as closely. For example, when it comes to quite massive border surveillance, or the use of biometric identification in refugee camps. These kind of technologies are never used in kind of civil, peaceful contexts, but only in these kind of very particular situations. And I think they're often also deployed with a lot of goodwill. I mean, not so much when we talk about border surveillance, but when we talk about the use of other AI technologies, in particular in humanitarian aid, that there is this wish to deploy technologies which are as helpful as possible, then as quickly as possible, by a sense of urgency, because there's a conflict, there's maybe also massive violence spreading, but often without assessing the real consequences such technologies can unfold in a middle or long-term perspective.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your contributions so far. Now is a good time to open up this conversation for the audience, for you. So I recall that it's possible to ask questions both here in the room as well as online through the chat. And we do appreciate it if you share your name and your affiliation, if any, at the beginning of your question. And let us know who the question is directed to. That also helps. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diva. I'm part of the Network on Humanitarian Action. I'm studying there. So my question is to Dr. Tassilo Singer. You said that you think that the shift that we need in IHL is more towards interpreting the text, interpreting the law. Do you think that's enough? Because right now, I feel like we're dealing with so much non-compliance of IHL and non-compliance to human rights as well. Do you think that agreeing on interpreting the text is enough? Because state actors, I feel, don't respect even the current laws and interpretations that we face right now. So I just want your opinion on that. Thank you.
So, you're asking for my opinion. The problem is that if an actor does not want to comply with an obligation, it is very hard to force him to it, in particular to force states and to entail some sort of responsibility. I mean, there are responsibility mechanisms in the ICT, in the ICCs or the International Criminal Court and so on, but still this instrument yet is not accepted by all states and also the important states. So you have kind of, if you have a rule that is not followed, it is very hard to enforce it, because what other exception or what else do you want to do? You cannot make you can question the states by itself, their own existence, but then you will have other critical choices to make about rule behavior and so on. So basically what I wanted to say is, if we have only the agreement of everyone to oblige to a certain rule, we can only enforce this one. And if we do not get any new rules, even if they might be necessary, we do not have another choice until states start to agree again on certain rules. I want to give a different example. If you look at the former Iranian nuclear agreement, this was a very, very hard agreement phase, and it took years to reach this agreement, which then, after some years, got stopped again because of political tensions. But this shows that you can achieve certain obligations, and well, not only interpretation, of course. Interpretation is for the users, if I may say so, the users of the obligations, the people who are obliged by it. But what can civil society, what can politics can do about it? Of course, they can demand that the rules are getting changed. They can demand that we need a new treaty and so on. And that is also something that can society do. But from the perspective of the governments, of the parties that are bound by the treaty, I just try to be very realistic, even if the outcome is not very positive, you know. But you know, that it is also something, it's a mechanism in international law, in particular if you consider the use of weapons or the development of weapons. Look at the UNCCW process with lethal autonomous weapon systems. This process is going on since, I think now, 12 years or something like this. And the foremost outcome is that the parties are now discussing about a definition, you know. So there's no obligation inside. And so this seems to me that the parties that are involved there, and I mean, these are, every state basically is giving up their opinion, that they decided that they are not yet ready for an agreement, because if they would have they want to use this technology somehow, and you can see it in our recent conflicts that parties do not want to restrict themselves in the usage of weapon technology. And so I think, you know, what I wanted to say is the problem lies deeper.
Hello, my name is Hiram. I'm working with Diakoni. My question, I don't know whether it's to the entire panelists, but around IHL and the adoption of technology, to my understanding, the IHL is more framed in text, very specifically to states, combatants, civilians, humanitarian actors, you know. But today we see the armed conflict situation has been a space that is now engaging or other actors. And I think one of the panelists mentioned the private companies, the technology companies, individuals are in one way or another either facilitating or directly or indirectly engaging in armed conflict. Do you see that this is the direction where the paradigm shift on the IHL ought to expand towards, to have or to explicitly reflect the broadened space that was possibly or not, in the reality was not the context under which IHL was framed originally? And my second question to Mirka is, you've mentioned that the state authorities, the Libyan Coast Guards and the Italian surveillance, and I worked in Libya, and I really acknowledge and recognize what you explained is a reality, that the migrants or the people who are intercepted are taken back, and instead of safety they are taken to detention and all that. And this application of technology in surveillance, do the humanitarian actors need to also apply the same in terms of identify the needs, surveilling, but now in the positive way, to identify who is in distress, who needs assistance, as much as the other side or the actors are using technology in not very protective objectives? Thank you.
Just to react to the first question, I absolutely agree that the borders and the lines and the precise differentiation between actors is getting more and more blurred as more and more big technology companies are getting involved. Just consider Starlink, for example, just consider like social media, big social media companies and so on. And well, just to make a really bad example, but consider that, I don't know, Facebook or someone has a data center in Ukraine, and information on the conflict are shared via social media, via their Facebook mechanisms, and that could render the data center as a military target because it is used for sharing information that are militarily advantageous or relevant to the other side of the conflict. So I absolutely agree that these new technologies and their, well, separation and also their linkage to more, I think, dual-use characters, civilian purposes or not, makes it very hard from an IHL perspective to keep up the originally meant distinction. So this is definitely a very relevant factor. And so thank you for pointing it out.
And Claire has raised her virtual finger, so we'll go to her. And maybe, Claire, if I can also add on to it, would we be going full circle if we broadened the addressees of IHL again and included private companies? And is that, I mean, what does history tell us about that?
Yes, exactly. So I think this is a really great question. How do we think about the role of private companies, private individuals in IHL today? And I think this is where having a bit of historical perspective is really important, because I hear so many people saying, you know, the problem is that IHL just didn't think about those ways of fighting war. It didn't realize that there would be all these private companies and all these mercenaries. And that's precisely the opposite. The first element of codification you get in the late 19th century is in 1856, with the abolition of privateering, which are basically mercenaries at sea. So what happened with the codification of IHL was precisely in a context where there were many private actors who were still using force, especially mercenaries and privateers. There was a sense that what the law needed to do was to be just about interstate conflict fought by state armies. So the rules at that point turn all these private actors into actors who are not going to fall under the protection of the laws of war. And that is very much the intent at that point. So what's happening today is that we see a resurgence of these kinds of actors. The problem is not that IHL never thought these actors could be fighting in armed conflicts. The problem is that IHL explicitly excluded them from the ambit of the law in the first place. And now we're very much stuck with that problem. Because ultimately, when IHL first developed in the late 19th century, when it's codified in its current form, the idea is that it's only going to apply to conflicts between states. And that was a very specific decision, which was relevant to some extent for some of the main conflicts of the 20th century. But the main conflicts of the 20th century were very much an exception in terms of how violence has unfolded internationally over the past few centuries. And what we're seeing now, to some extent, is a return to normal, with IHL being extremely disappointing in its ability to actually deal with normal forms of violence within the longue durée version of the international system. So perhaps that's helpful a little bit for some context as well.
One more nuance. I just think that it might help to also look at other legal regimes, because this discussion about the legal obligations of private entities for a legal framework which was originally directed against the state is something we also have very strongly in international human rights law, because also human rights law was mainly directed at the state, but now we have these very powerful private actors, and what do we do with them when they interfere with human rights? And I mean, we can at least tell that the debate of the last 20 years bears some fruits. So there are corporate human rights principles which many of at least the big players, at least in the field of technology, are somehow voluntarily obliging themselves to. I'm not the biggest fan of these kind of more or less legal documents. It's very debatable what the legal nature is, but it at least shows that the attention on the topic and the public discussion and public pressure can improve the situation to some extent, and can lead to a situation where the technology companies are held accountable to some extent by public opinion, basically.
Thank you for the question. It's a very important and relevant one, because one of the biggest operational challenges for humanitarian assistance at sea is how do we know where people are in distress? So it's like a search for a needle in a haystack, you can say. And yeah, the question if the application of technology could help to find the boats in distress is therefore very relevant. However, there is the legal obligation for coastal states to coordinate search and rescue. So as soon as they are aware of a distress case, they must inform assets that are nearby and instruct them to search and rescue the boat in distress. So we are advocating for a change of the reaction of rescue coordination centers, and they use the surveillance data from Frontex, and they are aware about distress cases. So this is where we have to push the states actually to act in compliance with international law. However, in the meantime, we are also, there are projects that are developing also new technologies with the use of drones. They are working on this with the idea to how can we ensure that people in distress at sea are being rescued. Also on board Humanity-1, we have been using, for example, we are using binoculars, and the outreach is very limited, so you cannot see very far, and it's a huge area. But we also have been using a drone that was installed on top of Humanity-1, when you can see further away, but still it's very limited. And there are civilian aircrafts, 2 civilian aircrafts at the moment that are also surveying the area. But of course, Frontex is the biggest resources. There's so much money also in this, and this must be used to save lives.
Möchtest du noch eine Frage stellen? Hattest du dich gemeldet? Erstmal nicht.
Thank you very much. I'm Yannick Neumann with the Institute for the Law of Peace and Armed Conflict in Bochum. And I would like to especially address what Dr. Singer said with regards to AI and the attributability, because it's of course I would also welcome if maybe the others could elaborate on that a bit, because I share the concern that by using autonomous weapon systems, artificial intelligence to identify targets, etc., there may be the possibility to kind of dodge attributability for maybe wrongful wrongful actions violating international humanitarian law. So the idea of Dr. Singer, or the approach to use treaty interpretation in order to maybe modernize IHL in a way that allows us to still prosecute such crimes, I think it's a good way, but of course there's the concern about consensus, right, with the states who are parties to the treaties. But it made me think of this living instrument doctrine, which we mainly associate with the European Convention on Human Rights. So I would just ask for a little, just for a little bit of your thoughts. Might this be a viable approach? Is there another approach that is possible? So if you could just briefly elaborate on that, I would be grateful.
Okay. Well, concerning firstly the question of AI attributability, as I mentioned before, it depends on what AI functions are you looking at, and on the whole process in the end that is conducted. And finally, well, according to Article 57, well, the whole process you're going through it when you're targeting. I mean, there are targeting guidelines. I think even some older ones are open source available. During this process, there have to be taken a lot of human decisions. And according to my experience and talks I had and statements that have been given by states or military actors and so on, I think at least for the Western world, there is no government that says they want to conduct any form of the targeting process without any human control. Just out of a practical perspective, it doesn't make any operational sense, because you don't want to have a shooting actor running havoc on your battlefield and shooting your own troops, because some of the bigger Western states have made their experiences with friendly fire, and you don't want that. And therefore there will be always some sort of human control. But going one step further to look at the weapons control, well, there will be are processes in the weapons review process included where there is some sort of testing. So you will have of course, responsibility of the human actor who tested the thing, who says like, yeah, well, it's working, or it's working with 99%, whatever. Which brings up a whole different problem up with AI, because AI will never have 100% certainty. AI will always have a certainty, I don't know, depending on the model, on the training data, input, bad data, bias, whatever. When you're lucky, you can get 95%. Take up the decision. Well, the governments have to take up a decision on what probability they want to accept with the outcome. And as the risk, therefore, is always there won't be any, as an additional argument, in my opinion, no reasonable government will use such tools, because it knows there is a risk, like without any control. So this is the first thing. The second thing is the concept that is also in my experience also established very harshly in the ROEs, rules of engagement and so on, of the Western militaries, is the rule of commander's responsibility. So if you look at a military operation using an AI function in the targeting process, whatever, really depending on the function, the commander who decides to use this tool for this certain military operation because he has it available will make a decision to use it or not. And also to make the decision like, do I engage the target or not? And therefore you have a very, very clear established human responsibility. And so I don't see the attributability problem at all, because from a practical perspective, it won't happen. But have a look at other states, and have a look at the compliance of other states on IHL. Of course, you will face this problem as like the technology and the fastness, the speed increase and so on is more attractive than obliging to these old crazy rules from the 20th and 19th century, to say it really with a bad remark. So come back to the living instrument doctrine. In my opinion, I think, again, you won't get the exceptions by the governments, because the governments will have a look at as an acceptable way to use a modern technology, but also in the conduct of hostilities, as we can see with the UNCCW process. But to give also a last positive connotation, the whole UNCCW process on lethal autonomous weapons led to one thing, that a lot of Western governments stressed again and again that there will be some sort of human control in everything, and that there has to be a very thorough look at the targeting process, at the decision-making process, and to get more clearly. And this is kind of a positive outcome of this process, even if there's no new rule, but it made the governments reconsider, and also like the media attention that came to the whole process, and which is still continuing on killer robots, whatever is used a word for this technology, helps to to keep the pressure high that certain decisions are made, and the Pandora box is not opened.
Hello, good morning. My name is Markus Geisser. I happen to work for the International Committee of the Red Cross. Maybe just one, I really found that question from our colleague from Diakonia really important, and it would have also been my question, especially in engagement with private industry. And I think from an ICRC perspective, so this is my first comment, I think what is important is that these conversations go beyond bilaterals. There seems to be a tendency to have this conversation, just think of the ICRC, we talk to Facebook, we thought to these various organizations, but of course the states need also to be in the room, yes, because after all, who orders these things, yes, if I think of artificial intelligence, well, it's a state that of course orders it, but of course technicians very often sit in technology companies. Just more of a comment, but of course, please make your point about it. My question now is that I wasn't quite sure whether there was consensus whether IHL here on the panel applies to non-state armed groups. Yes, I mean we've got the historical perspective. I think Dr. Singer, you mentioned the additional protocol number 2. So how does it apply, if at all, to non-state armed groups, which I think is very important for this conversation about technological change, because today, of course, as we sort of all know, it's not only states that use drones. The drones have become the AK-47 of today. It is also non-state armed groups. I just would like to broaden up a little bit the conversation, going beyond the state responsibilities. I've got another question, but I keep that maybe for the end. I'm sure there are many more other questions.
I'd start with a comment on the comment. So I liked what you shared about the responsibility of private companies and also the influence or the role states still play when it comes to that. And I'd like to emphasize on that, because I think for example, when it comes to the removal, I mean, when it comes to content moderation, we already see that a lot is happening. I mean, obviously these laws which are applied for example, content moderation when it comes to Europe, the Digital Services Act, they are not meant for international or non-international armed conflict. That's not their main field of application. However, I think they unfold general effects. And I think these effects also apply, these effects are also unfolding then in the battlefields of the world and lead to an approval of content moderation when it comes to the removal of hate, incitement to violence, also in armed conflicts. And at the same time, we have a lot of discussion also about the silencing of voices, of legitimate voices who are raising concerns regarding possible violations of humanitarian law, for example, in current conflicts. I mean, the Gaza conflict is probably the biggest challenge to content moderation in the history, at least in the younger history of social media platforms. But in particular, when it also comes about evidence and evidence of violations of international humanitarian law. I've mentioned this before, that some of this evidence, videos, pictures are simply removed because they violate the terms and conditions of the platforms, but they're actually necessary for public documentation, also for documentation for possible persecution of such crimes. And I think there are already voluntary, you probably know more about that than I do, there are already voluntary commitments by platforms to simply disable the public appearance of these images and videos, but still save the material and give it to authorities or NGOs working in this field of evidence collection. But this could become mandatory legal obligations, and easily mandatory legal obligations by the European Union or by the United States that such material which is removed because it, for example, depicts violence is not simply removed from the server, but then hand over to entities which try to engage in evidence collection. Maybe you want to add something on?
Well, just to continue on the states make law statement. You have different legal regimes also between the European Union, the national states, and the US. So also depending on the seat of the company and so on, it might get really hard to regulate and enforce certain laws on the companies. But on the other hand, you can see by now by the bigger judgments, for example, by the ICJ on Facebook, on Microsoft and so on, that there are certain handles that can be at least tried. I mean, you will see we will have to test the outcome, and if the outcome is a 300 million fine, someone like Google or Microsoft, you know, they barely feel the effect. So there have to be a more, I think, really international agreement on how to treat like really the big tech companies. And let's not forget there are huge tech companies also in Asia, which are totally out of any reach of our Western governments. So this is, in my opinion, also again, very deep question, how to treat such huge companies, because they are not too big to fail, but probably too big to regulate. Also, like the effects that only a few people own these companies, and there's very less really basic control on them can lead to a very harsh effect in democracies, because if a democracy wants to regulate such a company, the person who owns the company or partly owns the company has a lot of financial background to enact influence, give money to the other parties that don't want to regulate it, and so on. So this is a very, very big problem out of a judicial perspective, out of a fair government perspective. Coming very quickly to the linked question with the applicability of the IHL to those actors. Of course, those actors are bound by certain basic rules and so on, but you have to consider under what circumstances. So you have to go really to the basic start and say, like, are those actors involved in any sort in this international or non-international armed conflict? Or if you look now to recent international armed conflicts, you will have very complex applicability questions if you consider those companies part of this conflict environment, because then you might have an international armed conflict with a non-international armed conflict component linked to it, depending on the qualification of the company. And if you see, like, the company just does IT, the company just enables data sharing, we are just having satellites in the air, everyone can use them, it is very hard to get this in accordance with the definitions of an organized armed group made by the ICRC in the notion of participation in hostilities guidelines and so on, and also to the existing customary international law. Or if you look at Article 51 with the direct participation in hostilities, that could render the single person eventually a target, but you know, again, I think in these cases it is very important to look at the single use case, at the single company, at the single case that happens, and then decide based on the IHL. But I wouldn't exclude that it's not applicable or so on, but it can be, but it depends.
What a lawyerly way of ending this conversation. It depends. I'm looking into the room to see if there's additional questions that you would like to raise. There's one in the back.
I'm not supposed to ask questions, but I'm Josh. I work for Doctors Without Borders in the German section in the communications department. And I found it interesting, it was mentioned about misinformation, and that's a huge topic for us. But also there was a comment made, I believe Eric, you made this, about the fact that you need to be a lawyer to be informed about whether the information that's being put out is actually true or not. And my question is there been advances in AI for the user experience on checking information, especially in the context of international humanitarian law? And that's the question for anybody, I guess.
I mean, that's probably the most difficult topic when it comes to content moderation for the last 1.5 minutes. Okay. First of all, I think I'm bringing bad news. From what how I understand the current scene is that what AI mainly does, particularly the developments when it comes to large language models, is decreasing, not increasing the quality of information. We have so much more bad quality text on the internet right now than we had 2 years ago. And it's a problem for a wide variety of institutions who are trying to collect and improve the quality of information on the internet. I think there is some hope also. Like AI is very broad. When it comes to for example, the linking of correct information to questionable posts or statements, I think there is something I can do. But in the end, it's also a lot about trust, and about trust in institutions, trust in media institutions who are surveying or who publish these kind of information. And I think this kind of trust cannot be ordered. So what I'm trying to say is that I think why it's so difficult for me is that I think there are many at the moment who hope that AI will somehow solve the problem of misinformation and disinformation, and I think that's not the case. AI currently makes the problem bigger, and AI can be a good tool to try to give more background, to try to contextualize information, but in the end, trying to fight the misinformation crisis is to a large extent a crisis about trust. And I think that the technology will not solve the issue of trust. But it is something brought forward by many stakeholders, but I would call this more a techno-solutionist approach. And I think what we need is some kind of societal approaches who are increasing trust in information and in particular stakeholders publishing information, like free and independent media.
Thank you so much. If there's no further questions, then I would say this concludes our session now. It is followed by a lunch break in the cafeteria, and then there will be 3 parallel sessions from 1 o'clock onwards: Unpacking the Climate-Water Nexus in the Kleistsaal, Gated Europe in the Edisonsaal, and Hidden Wounds, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support in the Kepler-Saal. So I wish all of you an interesting remaining day at this Congress, and I would like to invite you to please join me in thanking our panel for their time and contribution. Thank you.
Very good. I should.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the last few members of the audience are making their way in. I hope you had a good lunch and a good break, perhaps from your intense discussions of the last couple of days, or probably rather a continuation over lunch. I'm very happy to see a full room for this panel, and would like to thank the organizers again for having put the subject of migration on the agenda and for having assembled this panel. You can see that three of us are here in Berlin, and Chris Jones is joining us from London on the screen. I don't know what you can see, Chris, but I think I'm always going to instinctively turn towards the screen. Whether or not that makes sense for you, I don't know. So thank you. We will start the panel. As always, you know, there's a hashtag for this conference, hashtag HCBerlin, which you're free to use during the event. And I would like to start by introducing my esteemed panelists. Next to me here is Chloe Marshall-Denton. She's a humanitarian advisor on forced migration at Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, Belgium. She supports MSF's operational responses to forced migration from a research, analysis, and advocacy perspective. She has also worked in the field in humanitarian responses to migration and displacement for nearly a decade. including on refugee and migrant protection in places such as Egypt, Israel, Tunisia, Libya, and Jordan. And she has a PhD and an MSc from the University of Oxford. Chris Jones, who's joining us from London, is the director of Statewatch. Statewatch is an organization that monitors, analyzes, and exposes state activity that threatens civil liberties, human rights, and democratic standards. He has worked at the organization since 2010 and has written extensively on European policing, immigration, and security policies. And to my right, Ruben Anderson is Professor of Social Anthropology at the Department of International Development, also University of Oxford, and his research has focused on migration, borders, and security. He's the author of Illegality, Inc., Clandestine Migration and the Business of Bordering Europe, as well as No-Go World, How Fear is Redrawing Our Maps and Infecting Our Politics. His most recent book was co-written with LSE's David Keane, is Reconomics, Why It's Time to End the War on Everything, which draws comparative lessons from the wars on terror, crime and drugs, and the fight against irregular migration, in inverted commas. And he is currently working on a book on global security politics. My name is Caroline Popp. I'm a researcher at the Expert Council on Integration and Migration here in Berlin, a think tank that is mandated to advise the German government on integration and migration policies. So I don't come from the humanitarian sector, and I've my work most recently, my research is focused on EU and asylum and migration policies, international refugee protection and migration governance. And I've previously worked for the International Organization for Migration in Geneva and in Cairo. I wanted to kick off with a very small anecdote, if I may, because it struck me the other day in all the debates about borders and border controls that 20 years ago I spent some time researching, conducting research at the very southern tip of Spain in a town called Tarifa, which is at the frontier of Fortress Europe, and the place where boats at the time landed, having crossed the Strait of Gibraltar from Morocco to Spain, which is only about 15 kilometers across at that point. And back then, in 2005, boat arrivals had been an issue in Spain for a while, but the rest of Europe was only just waking up to this phenomenon. And in fact, Frontex had only just been created, if you can believe it. Yet the people of the town spoke largely compassionately about the arrivals, about the people who arrived on their shore. There was municipal support for the arrivals. School children donated toys. People left food and clothes out for those who managed to get on shore undetected. And the victims of the shipwrecks were buried in the local cemetery. And I was just wondering what it would be like to go back to Tarifa today and speak to the people today after 2 decades of this crisis mode in Europe and the increasing dehumanization of migrants and refugees and the normalization of violence, both in practice and in the political debate. So where are we today? Again, allow me to sketch perhaps the problem that many of you will know well in a nutshell from a policy perspective. If you're looking at the status quo of the common European asylum system today, I think the diagnosis is that the common European asylum system never had very much in common. So those common standards never really materialized. The differences between member states in terms of reception capacity, asylum systems, the number of asylum claims they accept, how asylum seekers are treated, their chances of receiving protection and eventually of integrating into labor markets and societies remain very, very large. And add to that a dysfunctional Dublin system, which was meant to allocate responsibility, but in reality has always risked overburdening states of first arrival. Plus, those uneven conditions encountered by refugees and migrants meant that this led to the so-called secondary movements, which further undercut the system. This again was in no way compensated for by a solidarity mechanism amongst member states. That has also never really worked to redistribute asylum seekers from their point of first arrival. And instead, the countries at the external border compensated for this lack of mechanism by either allowing people to move on or refuse to take back individuals as per the Dublin system. Returns to country of origins have always remained difficult. That's a whole subject in and of itself. But also, very importantly, there are very few legal pathways to access protection in Europe. So most of those seeking protection, needing protection, are left with very little choice but then take dangerous and irregular routes. And maybe most importantly, sort of from a political point of view, there's been a very significant breakdown of trust among the member states and sort of loss of faith that they were in this together, as it were. And in the absence of mutual support, member states entered a sort of race to the bottom. Keeping people away, keeping numbers down, in inverted commas, became the main objective of deterrent strategies through violent pushbacks, willful neglect, shrinking humanitarian space, and criminalization and militarization strategies. The attempts to restrict access have also increasingly given way to just an outright flaunting of rules, increasingly open disregard for European and international law. And added to that, there have been very lengthy, very protracted negotiations, obviously, about changing the EU asylum system, and during the course of which states have increasingly started claiming or behaving as if there were no law, no applicable rules. So we're ending up with this sort of complete patchwork or fragmentation across Europe. And the starkest examples of sort of geographical microcosms where this unfolds, we all know, you all know, it's the Greek islands, it's the Aegean, it's the Evros River, it's the Melilla and Ceuta enclaves of Spain on Moroccan territory, Poland, Belarusian border, and so on and so forth. And the only thing that member states could more or less agree on are securitization on the one hand and externalization on the other hand. And I think especially the latter, the externalization of deterrence, border management, and other functions to third countries outside the EU will be something we will touch on today. So with the panelists, we will try and focus less on the historical origins, but more on the current reality and the future. So firstly, what can humanitarian actors learn from past experience in terms of operations, advocacy, and positioning? Second, what scenarios do we anticipate for the future, given political prospects in the EU and the planned reforms? And what strategies do we anticipate, or what strategies can humanitarian actors and their allies develop in response? As I said, there will be time for question and answers at the end, so you can start thinking about those. And finally, just a reminder to the speakers to please bear in mind that the room will also, there'll be many people in the room whose native language is not English, so just bear that in mind in your delivery in terms of speed and enunciation. So, yeah, setting the scene, and I think I will turn to Chris in London, first of all. As I just said, there's been years of political wrangling, but the EU member states and institutions have agreed on the so-called pact, a very, very detailed set of legal reforms spanning thousands of pages, which we will not get into today. But as a cursory overview, a cursory grounding in what is going on, Chris, could you give us a brief overview of some of the planned changes, especially as they relate to the borders? Screening, accelerated border procedures for asylum processing, and the likely impacts that you see for rights and for access to protection.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Can you say something again? It was a little quiet just now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. So you know, I can see you from the back of the room, which means I can also see my own giant floating head, which is a bit weird. The camera's basically right in front of you. Thanks for having me. It is nice to be here. Probably would be nicer to be there in person, but I'm afraid I couldn't be. So thanks for having me via a webcam. Yes, so what is going to change, or what is supposed to change, I guess is a better question, because whether or to what extent these reforms will be implemented is very much a live question. So I will talk a bit, as I was asked, about some of the planned changes, and then I will try and go over some of the possible or likely impact on people and their rights. I should clarify first that I still have not read the thousands of pages of text that make up all these new laws, working on that. So I'm very heavily indebted to Steve Pears, formerly of the University of Essex and now of Royal Holloway University, for an analysis that he has produced of new measures. He's got those thousands of pages down to about 90, which is quite an impressive feat. So what is supposed to change at the borders of the European Union? Okay, first of all, there's supposed to be this screening process, which is meant to apply to various external, what can be called external cases, or at the external borders. So people who have found to have crossed the border without permission, who apply for asylum during border checks, or who are disembarked after a search and rescue operation, they have to be subject to this screening process. And people who are found within member state permission, within member state territory with no permission and no indication they were subject to external border controls, they can also be put through the screening process. And the purpose of that process is to apply a uniform series of health, vulnerability, identity, and security checks to people to collect their biometric data, their biographic data, and to run that against various European and international databases to find out who they are, if they've got some sort of security alert or arrest warrant out on them, whatever it might be. So this is obviously a sort of management system, it's to try and create a uniform process to people in those situations. What's going to happen to people while they undergo the screening process? So for people who are put through that process after being detected or intercepted at the external borders, it has to be done within 7 days. They have to be held in an adequate and appropriate location. That's from the legislation, adequate and appropriate. And the same for people found within the European Union, but the deadline there is 3 days. And there's obligations put on those people. They have to remain available to the authorities. They are obliged to provide the data that's required. So, they have to give their fingerprints. They have to give their name, date of birth, and so on. And all this takes place under what's called the fiction of non-entry. So while you are in this place where you are being screened, you're technically not on European Union territory. You obviously are, but where exactly that territory is has become flexible, let's say. I think key point is that nothing in those rules, in the screening regulation, regulates decision-making. It's a sort of filtering process. So once you've gone through that, you are going to be sent to either the asylum procedure, one of the many asylum procedures, or to removal, deportation / return procedure. So for example, following screening, if you apply for asylum, asylum applicants might be sent to be processed under what's the new border procedure. There's various types of border procedures. This is just revised under the new asylum procedure regulation. It's a kind of accelerated procedure, and it has to be applied in 3 different cases. It's mandatory in 3 cases. So where people make or are believed to have made misleading statements or behave in bad faith, where they're deemed to be a threat to national security or public order, or they come from countries that whose citizens tend not to be recognized as having a claim for international protection, so countries with low recognition rates. Again, the legal fiction of non-entry applies, and if you're subject to the border procedure, it also applies anywhere else you might be. So you might have to go to have healthcare, you might go to a courtroom. This legal fiction still applies to you. That doesn't mean that no law applies to you. There's supposedly all the safeguards and all the rights and whatever else, at least that's what the law says. And there's various time limits on this procedure, so it has to be carried out within 12 weeks. If within 12 weeks no decision has been made, you must be allowed into member state territory and your application is processed under a normal procedure. If your asylum application in the border procedure is rejected, you can spend up to 12 weeks in detention under the border's return procedure. And that then could be followed by further time in detention under the returns directive. Finally, I was asked to comment briefly on this crisis and force majeure regulation. Steve Pearce calls this the exceptions regulation. What it really does is just set out loads of potential cases where member states can request exceptions to the law. There's two types of crisis: mass arrival of people, or what is called instrumentalization by a foreign state aimed at destabilizing the EU and its member states, and force majeure, which is abnormal or unforeseeable circumstances that means a member state can't meet its legal obligations under asylum law. Member states, there's a process for invoking these exceptions. They have to make a request to the Commission has to assess it, the Council has to pass a decision, set out a plan for how that state is going to be helped. And this then allows the member state to invoke certain exceptions, which mainly affect timescales for dealing with people's applications or putting people under certain different procedures. And member states who invoke these exceptions can also ask for relocations from other member states, financial contributions, or alternative measures. So ways to take people off their territory and have them processed by another member state. Sorry, that was my attempt to be brief. More briefly, the impact on people's rights. I think it's important to say there's been, I think, not very useful communication from some people on this, saying it's the end of the right to seek asylum. That's not true. And I think it's counterproductive to say so. What it is an attempt to obtain control over this situation and over these people. And there are obviously major problems with it. So first of all, it's worth pointing out that some rights have been extended in these reforms. So equality of access to education, employment, certain specific protections. Others have been reduced or new limits have been introduced because the overall aim of this reform is to reduce secondary movements within the EU, and to do that by harmonizing the law and introducing certain penalties. So even though there's all these cases where people are subject to these different procedures, they're going to be held at the borders, in theory, according to the law, this can't undermine international or EU law. The Charter of Fundamental Rights is supposed to apply. There are specific safeguards in the law about living conditions, physical and mental health protection, et cetera, specific provisions for minors. Member states have to set up independent human rights monitoring mechanisms. People have to be allowed contact with the outside world in that organizations are supposed to be given access to reception facilities, although that can be limited for certain reasons. And so on and so on. Regardless of that, a very large number of people are going to be held in detention or quasi-detention at or near the EU's borders. There are limits on that set in the law. It's supposed to begin at 30,000 in 2026, the maximum number of people put through a border procedure. Steve Pearce calculates this changing to 120,000 in 2028. But I haven't checked the sort of how those calculations work myself. But basically a small town overall of people who could be held in some sort of facility, which even if it's not detention, may in practice serve as such. This then has all those impacts on people's health, mental and physical health, their well-being, their access to society, their ability to access employment or education, because as we know, as Caroline said, in Greece is the worst example probably at the moment of just appalling conditions in camps, people not being able to, not having access to their rights, to their needs, and so on.
Thank you.
I'll stop there. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's hard to do it briefly.
I think you were as brief as humanly possible, given the subject I gave you. And as you hinted at the beginning, I think one of the questions is whether any of this is going to come to pass and in what way. The European Council session is ongoing today on some of these subjects, and it remains to be seen if the reform will be implemented as such, or if the forces are already chipping away at it and we will see a continuation of the fragmentation that we have at the moment. And one of the big questions is if these reforms could in any way change the situation for migrants and refugees at the external borders that we are already seeing today as it is. And I want to turn to Chloe as we move to maybe some of the deeper layers and implications of EU migration policies at the borders as they are now, but also as they might come to pass in the future. And we will look at that from the perspectives that are represented here on the panel. So knowing what you do from MSF's operational experience all across the EU, but also obviously in the countries bordering the EU, could you describe for us some of the humanitarian and health consequences that the current policies, but also the open disregard for actual EU law has had for migrants and refugees? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So our reading is maybe a little bit less optimistic than that of Chris, but maybe before I get into what we see now on the ground, I can maybe give a bit of a framing of our work in migration context. So I think it's important to highlight that there's nothing normal about a humanitarian or medical organization responding to migration, that there's really nothing inherent to the act of migrating, of moving, that should generate any sort of medical or humanitarian needs at all, which also raises the question today of having this panel sort of in a humanitarian congress. Why is it that humanitarian actors are responding to migration at all? But over the last, let's say, 2 decades, we've really seen that it's the enforcement or the violent enforcement of borders that itself is generating the form of human suffering that we then respond to from a humanitarian and medical perspective. So I want to start by a bit denormalizing the fact that we're having to respond to this in the first place. So MSF first started responding to migration in Italy in the early 2000s in Lampedusa. And unfortunately, since then, we've never really been able to leave Europe. This is despite the fact that the numbers of people arriving are not particularly high, and yet policymakers keep sort of putting in place these policies which generate small-scale crises that we keep having to respond to. So our reading of the pact is that the pact is really institutionalizing forms of violence that we've already been responding to on the ground for a number of years. So it represents a bit of an escalation of many of these policies and practices that we've been denouncing, from the consequences of externalization to what has already been mentioned, so the violence at borders, forms of detention that people are subjected to on arrival. So maybe to point out specifically some of those elements. So Chris highlighted a number of them already. One thing that wasn't mentioned was that the pact really embeds as a fundamental pillar externalization. So it interprets that providing funding or sort of agreements with non-EU states, this is interpreted as a form of solidarity within the pact. And of course, we know from places like Libya and also in the Balkans, where we've been responding to for a number of years, that this generates severe humanitarian needs. So people trying to move end up being stranded for sometimes years. They try to move on to the EU to seek safety and then are intercepted, forcibly returned. In places like Libya, where we've been responding in detention centers, we've essentially been responding to medical and humanitarian needs which are entirely preventable. So morbidities which are caused by the detention conditions, which are caused by violence. This is also the case once people cross to the external borders of the EU. So you mentioned the huge normalization of violence that we've been seeing. And in fact, this has been the case for years. And so the key question for us with the pact is not so much what will change, but in fact, what will continue with the pact. And I think this is one of the key things, that the reform of the Common European Asylum System could have been an opportunity to address the sort of deeply rooted normalization of violence, dehumanization of refugees and migrants. And yet what we see is sort of all of the ingredients for this to continue. So for years now already, we've been responding to the consequences of pushback, of overt and quite brutal forms of physical violence at the external borders of the EU. And we see some of the same elements, or sort of rhetorical elements that already existed. So this narrative of crisis, this narrative of instrumentalization, which has already enabled states to exert forms of violence at the external borders. We see that too being embedded in the pact today. So maybe concretely to bring in some figures, between 2021 and 2023, so over the course of 2 years, MSF responded to over 28,000 people at the external borders who had been injured or harmed in some way as a result of border walls. And here we're talking about border walls oftentimes with concertina razor wire, so really that have the possibility, but perhaps even the intention of harming. So as a result of border walls, as a result of pushbacks, as a result of quite brutal forms of physical violence carried out during the course of pushbacks, and as a result of lack of assistance, lack of search and rescue at the external borders. So as part of that, we also responded to, through psychological first aid, to 12 shipwrecks, which in total resulted in over 850 presumed deaths. And again, I think we've all sort of collectively normalized the fact of shipwrecks, which continue to take place on a regular basis, and this too, I think we need to reflect on. So it's the absence of search and rescue at sea. It's the fact of funding non-EU coast guards for them to conduct interceptions. And it's also the forms of criminalization that we see of humanitarian assistance and of civil search and rescue operations, which continue to cause these deaths. And once again, the pact provides no answer to this. And even with the so-called independent monitoring mechanism that's being proposed, which is in relation to the screening procedures that Chris mentioned, it does not cover itself the act of people crossing the border. So what we see now, which is efforts of states to remove any sort of scrutiny at the external borders, so to criminalize journalists, civil society organizations, human rights organizations, this will continue to be the case. So our main fear is that there will continue to be a lack of scrutiny at the external borders, at places where people are crossing, and places where we see the most extreme and overt forms of violence. And then maybe just to mention the third pillar of that we're quite concerned about is this reliance on screening and the border procedures, which we believe echoes what we've already been responding to on the Greek islands, but also in the hotspots of Italy. We know it will most likely involve, in order to keep people in this sort of fiction of non-entrée, it will most likely involve forms of quasi or de facto detention. And so if we imagine also the cumulative nature of all of these things, so people being stranded outside of the EU, facing forms of violence on arrival at the external borders, and then once they do finally arrive, being subjected to wide-scale containment and detention. And we've been seeing the consequences of this in particular on the Greek islands for years now with Moria, but as well with this new model that's been implemented on the Greek islands that we call the closed control access centers that resemble prisons. So again, more fences, more barbed wire, more high-tech security, which prevents people from moving out. And that we hear from our patients themselves that they describe this environment as punitive, as a highly carceral environment that has an extremely detrimental impact on people. So again, these are sort of the pillars that are being reinforced today through the pact.
Thank you very much, Chloe. I think we could have a whole session just on the human and inhumane consequences of this, of these measures and strategies. If you allow me to go back to Chris for 1 second before coming to you, Ruben, if I may. You very importantly brought up the word scrutiny and the fact that the policies that very much focus on pushing things to the borders or beyond the borders has also an important effect of taking them, like shielding them from public view. And I wanted to come back to you, Chris, from the perspective of the rule of law. How do you see this? I mean, many say that how we treat refugees and migrants is also a test for the strength of democratic principles and the rule of law, and there's very high risk of spillover of this into other areas. Could you say a few words about the consequences of the current state of affairs at the borders and in terms of EU's migration policy for the rule of law more generally?
Yeah, thanks. I should just say first to respond to Chloe, if I sounded optimistic, I'm not. My point was more that what's in the law is, it's not, what's written legally is not an outright negation of people's rights. Obviously, any law does not get implemented as it's written. It all goes in on the terrain that you've just described so well. So, there's not that much to be optimistic about. In terms of the consequence, I mean, there's a lot you could say about that. I'll try and keep it brief. I will keep it brief. I mean, I think that the constant willingness of supposedly centrist, center-left political parties in Europe to try to beat the right wing and the far right at their own game when it comes to migration is to a great degree responsible for the situation we see now. There's very few politicians willing to stand up and take a principled stance about the rights of non-citizens, about people who need protection, because they're too busy trying to triangulate the messages of people who are in many cases just Nazis. And that has all sorts of horrible knock-on effects. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the concept of the Overton window. Maybe 10 years ago we were somewhere here. Now we're probably this far over here. I mean, there's also very concrete effects that this has. The desire of governments to crack down on immigration and refugees has obviously effects on humanitarian organizations, political organizations who support people crossing borders because they're seen as threats to national security. There's numerous cases where it's had impacts on transparency rights. In Italy, for example, the government passed a decree restricting the application of freedom of information laws to things to do with immigration and external cooperation to do with immigration. It has effects upon freedom of the press because journalists are told you're not allowed to ask about that, or don't ask about that. If you do keep asking questions about these topics, we're going to harass you, we're going to hound you, we're going to blacklist you. So the effects are most immediately felt upon people, who are pushed back, who are locked up in camps, who are brutalized in this way, but the ripple effect of that is far broader.
Thank you, and I think you already sort of prompted the next question. Let me finally bring in Ruben and your systemic, perhaps anthropologically informed view of the system and this particular model of migration and border management that the EU has chosen, and that has also taken a life of its own in some way and become the mainstream, seemingly without an alternative. Could you tell us a little bit about how you analyze this system and the different actors and institutions that are invested in it or have become co-opted inadvertently?
Sure, thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Well, thanks, first of all, to have migration on this Congress. It's very important chance for us to all get together and also to bring actors together from policy, academia, the humanitarian sector. We should do a lot more of this, basically. So I'll sort of break your rule in a way of not looking too far back into history, but I think to respond to what Chloe was saying around normalization, we do really need to go back into quite recent history and realize how new this border security approach is to dealing with certain kinds of migration. Of course, not all. We're talking here of maritime migration or migration by land, irregular pathways, forced displacement, very particular kinds of migration. And this system, as we know it today in the European Union, we see something very similar on the other side of the Atlantic, really kicked off in the 1990s. And it did so in a very particular political context of the Schengen Agreement. And where, as I think you mentioned before already, there was a lack of seeing eye to eye around a common asylum policy, migration policy. These were two difficult nuts to crack. So what did European member states do? Well, they all decided to agree on border security and patrolling the new external border of the Schengen area, in the absence of a political agreement over migration and asylum that now started to become common issues within the EU. And since then it's continued, it's sort of taken on this life of its own, as you said, Caroline. And it's important for us to understand how that has come about, the better to start to break that cycle or to find ways, whether as humanitarians, advocates, or whoever we are, to speak back and to challenge this sort of self-propelling system causing so much human suffering, but also so many political risks and so much instability. Because it's easy to forget, perhaps, when we talk about rights, humanitarian consequences, these are enormously huge, important issues. But even on its own terms, this border security system, as it has grown in the past 3 decades, hasn't worked. In fact, it's been a major contributor to all the migration crises we've seen at the border since this time. It strengthened the smuggling networks, so increasingly have a captive population. We see that in Libya. We see that in many other parts of North Africa, Central, East, and West Africa. And it has allowed for a political brinkmanship to be staged among neighboring states who know what button to press to get further political or economic concessions out of European politicians who are running scared and in blind panic about further migration, further negative headlines. And that, again, as Chris said, goes also for the center-left and liberal parties who've jumped on board this bandwagon. So there's a bigger political context here in which this system started to be set up that we shouldn't forget. Now, if we go back to that moment, and you stop me any time when this gets a bit long in the tooth, but in the 1990s, when we first start to see the security approach to migration at the external border develop, we had already there a set of perverse incentives developing for neighboring states such as Morocco, further south, Mauritania a few years later, where there was a big, one of Europe's earliest migration crises, if you remember, 2006, the Spanish Canary Islands, where states here in the region saw it fit to sort of open and close the door in order to put pressure on European states. And where European states were quite keen to further ramp up their border security operations. And we saw here a few years later Frontex come in, we saw taller fences being built around the Spanish enclaves of Ceuta and Melilla that you mentioned in North Africa, the first such fences against migration built after the Berlin Wall came down in the 90s. And then it just kept on growing, and that approach has replicated all along the eastern borderlines of the European Union. And what's happened here is that this system, this border security system, has just kept on growing, feeding on the back of its own failure. For each crisis will justify a new round of investment. We just need to try a bit harder, and next time we're going to crack this once and for all. And of course, you can do that for a while. We've seen that since 2015. We've seen that you can contain, under very inhumane circumstances, desperate migratory and refugee flows if the sufficient political capital, finances invested, often in doing that work away from European shore through externalization of migration controls. That is happening, that is central to the pact, is central to what's going to continue, as Chloe was saying, in years to come. And we saw that also in von der Leyen's letter just a couple of days ago, that this is at the heart of it, is to offshore and externalize this even further. So that's been a key sort of constant that's been growing over this time. But in this process, and here is, I guess, a bit of a critical note or something for us to reflect on, a critical choice perhaps, for all of those who are not security actors, but who are somehow drawn in to this force field of the border security system. That includes many of us academics. We are ourselves sort of called upon to feed the beast, as it were, but so have humanitarians been. It's understandable that humanitarians have a very hard role to play. They often can have a role in alleviating the immediate suffering created by these political choices. But again, as Chloe was saying, we shouldn't normalize this, and we should reflect very critically on how that has come to be seen as the way things are done. So when some of those earlier border crises happened in the mid-noughties, so again, the Spanish Canary Islands, we had Lampedusa in Italy, humanitarian organizations were called upon, alongside development actors, to provide all sorts of services, or to sort of patch up the human consequences of this border security approach. And that came with all sorts of problems that have only grown and grown over the years. Just to give 3 examples of that. One is in reception and detention conditions, where often humanitarian actors alongside others have played a key role in caring for people, important. But again, this has often served a legitimizing function, is seen by migrants themselves and refugees as part of the system, so that line is sort of disappearing between humanitarian action and enforcement apparatus. Another case is repatriations, often framed as voluntary from North Africa, which have often been anything but voluntary. We saw that, for instance, after the 2011 Arab Spring in Libya, where people were being sent back to their home countries, often against their will. And this kind of thing continues to this day. And we see it in search and rescues, where humanitarian justifications have been used for extending patrols ever further into third state territory. These are just some of the examples that we see strengthening over the years, and probably in years to come we'll see more of that, even though the humanitarian rationales of fig leaf, if we will, are kind of somewhat disappeared since 2015. This is still very much with us, and it's a problem we all have to deal with, whether in policymaking, academia, or the humanitarian sector.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think having established where we are and how we got here, I would really like to give the panelists also a chance to react to what you've said to each other's inputs here. And I'd like to see if we can move towards an analysis of these future scenarios, but also approaches and strategies that your organizations are perhaps already thinking about, or that you have reflected on as part of your research. And especially these 2 aspects, which I think are coming through quite strongly in your discussions. The system that has become nearly like unquestioned and has a way of self-propagating, and the role of different institutions and actors in feeding that beast inadvertently and legitimizing, normalizing things that should not be legitimized or normalized. What are your, what conversations are taking place, and how are you thinking about your future positions vis-a-vis these policy issues? I would address that to Chloe, but also to Chris, and also to you. What do you, Ruben? What recommendations would you make to, especially humanitarian actors, to avoid facilitating harmful structures even further? Maybe we can start with that, and I will give each of you a chance to intervene, and then maybe we can also turn to the point of externalization and the role of third countries, as well as the role of especially your organization and other humanitarian actors, as you're also active in those very same third countries that are both affected by and playing the system themselves. Would you like to start?
And
let's start on the what is the role of what conversations are taking place in the humanitarian sector about being part of the system or withdrawing from it.
And I'd like to jump off of Ruben's point at the same time. I think with the pact, interestingly, one thing that we saw, and in particular as we were trying to conduct advocacy on the pact, is that we faced a number of closed doors. So the EU Commission was not particularly interested in hearing what we had to say, as well as other actors involved in the process of negotiation. Then when the pact was agreed upon, so in May 2024, the EU Commission held a meeting with civil society organizations where it announced that NGOs would play a key role in the implementation of the pact. So of course, it's quite ironic that we had absolutely no space to conduct advocacy or to raise our concerns, that the pact was finally agreed upon despite the quite heavy evidence that was provided that the pact would generate harmful consequences, and then NGOs are invited to implement the pact. So of course there's a clear risk that civil society organizations, humanitarian organizations will be called upon to implement, in particular in settings like border procedures, reception centers, quasi-detention centers. I see that as a main risk. Then the pact also restricts access. So, for example, the crisis and force majeure regulation mentions that in context of crisis, UNHCR should have access, as well as organizations that have been entrusted by the state to deliver certain services. And we know that these are contexts, for example, at the Polish border, at the border of Latvia or Lithuania. These contexts of instrumentalization or crisis are often, or contexts in which states apply emergency measures. These same measures are used to restrict civil society access and independent scrutiny. So it's a big question, and we see a huge risk in that regard. Then I think we'll come back to the externalization question, so maybe I won't touch upon that yet. But then to maybe bounce off of what Ruben mentioned, even for organizations that refuse to play sort of an implementing role, I think just by nature of the very logic of the border and how the border is operating today, we all risk sort of becoming co-opted or instrumentalized by the logic of the border. And in particular because, as was mentioned, I think, by Chris in the introduction to what we see today, the border, of course, has, as a result, to block people, but it also has, as a logic, to filter. And through that, one sort of trend that we're seeing more and more is this idea that people are filtered on the basis of certain categorizations or on the basis of vulnerability. So we see today with the implementation of the Italy and Albania deal that people who are considered vulnerable, and of course the triaging will be done on the boat, people who are considered vulnerable won't get sent to Albania. So there's a big question in terms of this logic of filtering, which can also be seen as triaging, which is in fact compatible with the logic of humanitarian organizations. And so there's a question of to what extent actors today want to be involved in this. And we almost see ourselves as MSF as being involved against our will. And so it's a very complicated space to navigate, and these are sort of ongoing discussions that we're having, even though, you know, we claim independence, we reject EU funding, and despite that, we see ourselves as being pulled into the system in reception contexts as well as in these restricted border contexts. I can maybe elaborate more on that later. There's some, I think, key examples in Poland and in other contexts, but it's one of the big discussions that we're having, at least today.
Okay, yeah, maybe in our closing round, I'm conscious of time and the need to have time for questions, but if you can give us a couple of examples of where you've taken a position or made a choice about your involvement, that would be very interesting. And same for Chris. Chloe just said that the room for advocacy was very limited. What are your thoughts on the future of advocacy? And any, do you have any recommendations about how to reshape the approach in future that civil society organizations are taking on this matter?
Yeah, I mean, I should preface this by saying we are not an advocacy organization, or certainly not primarily. That's not our main job. We're information producers and information providers. So, you know, I have thoughts on this, but I guess I have the luxury of being slightly removed from it. I mean, from where we sit, you know, we do support a lot of organizations with their advocacy, with information, with developing positions and so on. And I think Chloe just summed it up very well. You know, people who are currently in power are not interested in listening to even, you know, highly respected humanitarian organizations, let alone, you know, maybe slightly more provocative or scrappy NGOs. And I think for a long time in the EU, that is what this model has relied upon, is organizations have access to people in the parliament, people in the commission, maybe some people in the council, and, you know, from different member states, and they try and get them to see sense and, you know, try and get them to be slightly nicer. The question now then is what happens when there's fewer and fewer people in those institutions who are willing to listen to outside organizations, much less even take those views into account. And I don't think that means organizations should give up on that model of advocacy, because I think it's important for there to be alternative voices within those institutions. But the question is, what else can be done alongside it? You know, like I said before, the number of people who in 2015, 2016 mobilized to act in some way, whether it be motivated by humanitarian or political motives to support people who are entering Europe, was probably one of the biggest civil movements of the last decade. And a lot of that energy is still there. A lot of people are still doing stuff. But has there been enough of an attempt to funnel that into, you know, sort of beneficial political outcomes in a way that can put pressure on people in power that has an effect? I mean, part of the problem comes from the structure of the European Union, I would say. I would argue it's designed precisely to not necessarily exclude, but to make popular pressure upon it very difficult. You have all this power centralized in Brussels. Most people, most of the time, aren't even aware that, you know, discussions on these new laws are taking place in Brussels, let alone how they might make their voice heard on it. We're in a better position in that regard than we were 20 years ago, but I still think that's true. So I think there's a lot of discussions to be had. I don't think there's one particular answer, but there's certainly a lot of new things that could be tried that, you know, maybe might help make some pressure felt more effectively.
Thank you. And yeah, Ruben, maybe from your point of view, where in the system are perhaps the pressure points or the weak links that that we can address and start unpicking?
Yeah, it's a hard question, I think. And I think all of us feel some despair around the lack of interlocutors and the number of closed doors in politics and in policy making on these issues. I should also say, by the way, that of course co-optation of humanitarian rhetoric, operations, etc., this is very hard to avoid, right? And it's easy for an academic to come in and say, you know, we should avoid it. I don't think that's very realistic. So there are very hard balancing acts here for everybody. I'm very conscious of that. When it comes to what can be done, yes, I'm reminded here of writing a report a few years ago for an NGO, presenting it to diplomats in Brussels around the costs of externalizing migration controls in Africa, in terms of instability, in terms of strengthening smuggling networks, of course, the deaths, etc. And you met by a shrug, essentially. Well, you have to break some eggs to make an omelette, was a literal quote I got from one diplomat. So was that recognition that, well, no one on a political level will want to hear anything about, well, either humanitarian side of things, or legal pathways, etc. These were kind of closed doors unless you radically reformulate how you do it. So it is a depressing picture. That was a few years ago, even more so now, I would say. But I think there are ways of sort of trying to change the onward sort of course of this runaway train. And I think some of it has to do perhaps, I mean, of course, raising humanitarian and human rights issues here are central, but it's not enough, clearly. I think one has to also understand the sort of logics through which this border security system sustains itself. And part of what it does is that it insources the gains whether in terms of short-term political gains in member states and in the Commission. We want to appear tough. We do that by cracking down on what is still a very small, overall, a small part of migration into the EU. Look here what we're doing to control our borders, to deviate attention from the much wider migration picture. There's some great political gains to be had here, potentially, though politicians keep stumbling on that front as well. There are, of course, very big financial gains as well for many organizations, corporations, law enforcement, etc., strengthening their role, influence, and funding picture. But the costs, meanwhile, have been outsourced to others. Not just to migrants, of course, centrally migrants and refugees and their families, their origin communities, but to border communities having to deal with this situation, to often social and health ministries on both sides of the border have to sort of pick up the pieces, and of course to humanitarians and other groups who are left to sort of paper over all these gaping wounds. I think here there's a real challenge, a real pathway towards more targeted advocacy. What kind of numbers, what kind of accountability can one construct around highlighting these costs, and not just in terms of the number of dead, for instance. That's very important, but that can itself often be co-opted into justifying even more controls. So we need a more intelligent, a more targeted kind of discussion around the costs. It's remarkable that we don't have any proper full audits, very rarely, of these border security systems. This is taxpayer money. If this was social policy, pension policy, healthcare policy, we'd be poring over these figures. What are the actual impacts of the thing you're spending taxpayers' money on? We don't have that here. And there may be some very interesting coalitions to be built here around actors who perhaps often not seen as caring too much about migration on other sides of the political spectrum, who may care about how these systems really work and where the money's going. And it's also a chance to learn here, I think, from other similar self-reinforcing, destructive operations, interventions. You can think of the war on terror, the war on drugs. I've recently written on this with a colleague, so it's sort of in my mind. But certainly in the war on drugs, we've seen this shift. Coalitions being built around those who face the cost. Origin communities for the drugs in Latin America, for instance, humanitarian advocates, academics, politicians, getting together and actually saying, look, what you're doing right now is causing immeasurable harm. And we are the ones who bear the cost, and we are going to build a coalition to speak back against the system. And there are some clear gains there. There is some hope, I think, in building that kind of pushback.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the audience that we're moving on to questions soon, so if you have some, start thinking about that. I will allow for a final round of comments from the speakers, either in reaction to what has just been suggested in terms of way forward, but also perhaps with an eye to your role outside the EU and the effects of EU's externalizing tendencies perhaps on your operations elsewhere, or on the possibility of forming new alliances also with states, institutions, civil society beyond the EU on this question. So maybe start with Chloe again, and then I'll let you, a final minute for each of you.
Yes, I think this is a crucial point, both within the EU and outside of the EU, and crucially, I think it almost is impossible today to avoid being instrumentalized or co-opted, but the first thing I think for humanitarian actors is really to have a bit of a close analysis of what it is that we're facing today, and at least from that being able to navigate the space that's in a more in a clearer way. And one maybe additional element to that is the shift when it comes to externalization and the use of EU funding. So how EU funding is itself shifting, and through that organizations, so humanitarian assistance being used for the control of, for the purpose of migration control. So increasingly we're seeing humanitarian actors having to appeal for funding on the basis of participating in some way, or at least fitting within that discursive frame of trying to stop people from migrating onwards. And I think this is a key element as well when it comes to humanitarian programming and assistance in non-EU countries, and the types of alliances that we can build both within the humanitarian sector and outside, is to really think how we can take a clear stance in order to break that cycle and that type of discursive or sort of rhetorical frame, and to really take a clearer positioning on this question as well. And then, of course, then to see what kind of alliances we can build with civil society that has already been responding in many ways to refugees and migrants in non-EU countries for a very long time, and who are oftentimes now bearing the brunt or the consequences of increased sort of state security, border management, and so I think we have an important role to play at that level as well.
Thank you. Chris, would you like to add anything to your suggestions from earlier?
My pessimistic outlook. I mean, I think there's, like I said, I think there's a lot of things maybe that have been tried that, you know, we can sort of reinforce and do differently. I mean, I think the question is like what, you know, we need a clear analysis of what can potentially like shift the power dynamics in these situations. And talking about that just in terms of the EU as a whole is a very broad and difficult thing to deal with in one go, right? Because the EU is made up of 27 different governments, and obviously has always interactions with foreign states, Turkey, Morocco, you know, Egypt, whoever it may be. So, you know, in respects, the problem becomes more daunting the more you think about it. But I suppose what I would say is this. Thinking historically in terms, not necessarily with regard to migration policy, because I think it's also easy to sort of have some rose-tinted glasses and say, oh, you know, didn't things used to be so much better? I don't think there's ever been a golden era for like immigration and asylum policy in Europe. Things are obviously getting worse, but it's always done a lot of harm to people. But the question is to identify what constituencies, you know, what organizations, for example, trade unions, particularly smaller, new trade unions, many trade unions made up of migrant workers. How can sort of connections be made with them, and how can we shift ideas and discourse around this by identifying different coalitions and constituencies that aren't necessarily part of these discussions? Because it's evident we can't rely upon the same coalitions and organizations as we have done for the last 10 years, given we haven't really succeeded in, you know, changing the landscape. It's quite vague, and I'm sort of trying to think on my feet a bit, but you know, even just in terms of electoral politics, who votes and who doesn't vote? Young people tend not to vote. And I think young people, in many respects, have a more socially liberal outlook on things, including on things like, you know, the treatment of foreign citizens. So how do we bring those people into the discussion, make them part of, and create, like, you know, ways people can participate in this and find ways to put pressure on decision makers and powerful institutions that can be effective in the long run. And we do have to think in the long run, because, you know, this is a very firmly embedded agenda that's going to take a long time to overcome.
Yes, and maybe you get your final minute as well.
Very, very briefly, maybe. Yeah, I think I've said enough for sure. Labor trade unions, I think that is key part of the picture here. I think what's happened here is that certain kinds of migration have been treated to this emergency security frame for so long that we've started to normalize this. And the more migration displacements can be brought within the ambit of ordinary labor relations, social policy, that's where it used to belong. Yes, it was no golden era, but to look back a few decades, was the ILO who was leading within the UN system on migration. Labor unions, and labor policy was central to how we looked at cross-border migration. Of course, it still remains so to a large extent, but when we talk about these particular kinds of migration, that has gone out the window. So that's just one example how this the reframing of this has to happen on all sorts of levels and may well happen through building those coalitions. That in itself says something about how you view migration, how to frame the issue, not as an emergency topic necessarily, though emergencies, as they happen, humanitarian ones have to be addressed, but as something that can be brought into the normal sphere of labor relations, social policy, protection and health policy.
Thank you so much to the three panelists for this incredibly rich input, and I think you've all done a great job at not giving in to the despair and the doom that besets us all that work on this topic. I want to turn to the audience. We do have a good amount of time for questions. I believe there are roaming microphones. Please state your name and your affiliation. Please keep your questions short and tell us who the question is addressed to. I will take them in perhaps 3, and then we have a round of answers, and then we see if we can take more questions. So I'll go both sides. I can see sir in the black glasses here, and one here and one here. So let's start on this side of the audience, and then the two of you, please. Thank you.
Rahim from Focus Humanitarian Assistance. I was going to try and keep it short, but I think we're looking at certain ways, and we talked about different types of migration and how this has become a security issue. Should we not, as humanitarian organizations working in this field, be looking at other options for those who are coming through? Because we spend a lot of our time being reactive once they're there. Once they're trying to cross the border, we're dealing with multiple different types of policies. Some people enforce Dublin rules, some people don't. We get calls in the middle of the night, someone's been kicked out of this country, but not out of that country, they've moved around. So we're always reactive in this space, and it's not a flat, even playing field. Should we be looking at the labor market? Should we be preparing perhaps pre that? Because otherwise what we have is a crisis when they arrive on our shores. Can we avoid the crisis? I know it's not our normal area of work or expertise, but should we be looking at that to avoid the crises, given the circumstances we're going to have in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, thanks. My name is Pat from Mothers First. Yesterday we heard very powerful testimony from Frida, told her story of her migration story and why she came to Europe. And I think, we're not really framing the narrative around why people are coming, why they feel that they're forced to come here. And it's very much framed as a problem. And can we reframe that the issue and kind of humanize that it's actually not a problem, and it's people enacting their own human rights to self-determination. So I just see how could we reframe the issue a little bit more. Thank you.
Yeah, one more question in the front here. Sorry, could you raise your hand? Yeah, right here.
Thank you. This is Günther from Doctors of the World, Germany. Given the fact that we have 2 people from the UK, I'd like to ask, could you give us some insight about the specifics of NGOs and the situation in the UK, given that you're not a part of the EU anymore, unfortunately? Thank you.
The questions were partly addressed to some. May I suggest, Chloe, that you take the first question on reframing humanitarian action? Should humanitarians be redefining their work in some way to avoid crisis?
Yeah, I think that discussion is part of the broader discussion around sort of denormalizing the fact that we're responding to this in the first place, sort of trying to counter the encroaching dehumanization of people. So being able to illustrate, I guess, why people move, why people might be coming to the EU today is one potential angle. and we try to take that as much as possible by drawing on the experiences of people that we meet and the patients that we see through our operations. One thing around reframing, and maybe it's something that we've a little bit reached the limits of today, is everywhere where we work, we draw sort of on the medical humanitarian data that we have through our operations. And I think in terms of reframing, we've ourselves asking ourselves this question. We don't have the answer, but we've reached the limits of exposing the consequences. In the last year alone, we wrote 3 reports called The Human Cost of Something, Something, Something. And we realized that this is not working, that showing sort of the pervasive level of violence is either being heard or not understood. And I think because the dehumanization is so deeply rooted and entrenched, because the violence is so normalized, because the people that we see, there sort of already is a taken for granted idea that it's okay for them to be exposed to this violence, that a sort of radical reframing is, I think, desperately needed. But I don't necessarily have the answer of what that reframing would look like, unfortunately. Then maybe in terms of the labor market and looking for other options, I think so, sure. But it's also not mutually exclusive. I think that doesn't replace the fact that if we talk about dangerous journeys, again, there's nothing inherently normal about these journeys being dangerous in the first place. They've been made dangerous, just like these crises have been constructed. So I think we also need to work on these sort of multiple prongs and angles to make sure that that we can envisage a world in which people can move and not. It's not even about not having to take these journeys, but that the policies that are in place which deliberately make these journeys more dangerous are no longer in place. Yeah.
Maybe I'll pass to you, Ruben, so you're not always last.
NGOs in the UK, I'm not too sure. I'm Swedish myself, by the way, so I'm also sort of in a Brexit position there. I think there's been, in my view, quite some positive movements around asylum and a pushback against policies in the Channel and the securitization of migration in the English Channel happening on local level and by organizations across the UK. Perhaps Chris has more to say on this, but I think there's certainly on that level, there's been quite a lot going on. And of course, another thing to emphasize is also building coalitions across regions here. And now that the UK is sort of drifting away, it shouldn't be drifting away in terms of engaging the kind of debate happening within the UK and the one happening in Europe, in the European Union, are essentially the same kind of debates around these border policies, as it is across the Atlantic in the United States and so on. And there's a lot of learning here from other regions, other jurisdictions that can be had, I think. And of course, it is happening to some extent. Should I respond to the other 2 questions quickly? Yeah, as well I can. So why do people move, and should that be more of the focus to humanize the picture and how to change what one does in terms of not just responding to emergencies? Again, I would agree with Chloe, it's not either or, but clearly where there are needs, that's where humanitarians are. So that's part of the picture. But I think this comes back to some of the debates we were having this morning around coherence in foreign policy, aid, and border management when it comes to the European Union. We cannot excise from the picture economic policies that are creating all sorts of incentives for people to move, both because of impacts on their origin states, economic impacts of trade policies, etc., but also demand for labor in northern states, which will not go down with demographic change. These are structural realities that have to be addressed, and they're not being addressed. They're being papered over by this short-term border security approach. And similarly, of course, when it comes to military intervention, we look at the war on terror, situation of Afghanistan, or we look at Libya after the NATO intervention. These have been a major trigger of large-scale displacements. And we have to look at these things together in the round. And sadly, again, border security often stands in the way of that holistic look.
And finally, Chris, sorry, you're not getting away. There was a question about the UK, so
yeah, I'm not sure. It was quite a broad question, so I'm not quite sure how to answer it. I mean, NGOs in the UK, there are obviously the UK has a huge charity sector, There's hundreds, thousands of NGOs working in or on the immigration and asylum system, ranging from, you know, the larger, more established organizations to much smaller ones. The organizations I'd say that do the best work are the sort of community-centered support organizations that help people through asylum and immigration processes, that provide spaces for people to, you know, to feel welcomed, to learn English, even just to eat, because, you know, the asylum system we have here is deliberately impoverishes people. And there's also organizations campaigning against detention, visiting people in detention. So it's quite hard to just summarize that, I think. But there's a lot of very inspiring work that goes on through both formal organizations and informal organizations and associations as well. I think that's the best answer I can give to that very broad question.
Sure. Fortunately, if you were in the room, you could have a bilateral discussion later, but maybe there's another way of doing that. I'm shooting a glance at the organizers. We started a little late, so I would like to take one more round of questions, if that's okay, before we close. So we have space for 3 more. Yes, I see a lady here at this back, and those 3 hands that I saw first. So in blue over here, then 2 here. I'm sorry if I cannot give everyone a space to speak today.
Yes, hello. I'm Karina from Action Against Hunger, and I have a question for Chloe. It really struck me when you said that humanitarian actors shouldn't be respondents to migration in the first place, that the system is inherently wrong here, and that it has become so normal that we don't even question it anymore. And considering MSF's history in DRC, for instance, and the founding in Biafra and so on, I'm wondering, are there considerations within MSF to pull out and to say enough is enough, and we make a statement here, which of course would have dire humanitarian consequences, because who would then step in? But on the other hand, it would send a strong political signal. And it's a humanitarian dilemma. I don't have a particular opinion on that. I would like to hear MSF's opinion on that. Thank you.
I think there's already a microphone over here. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm from Doctors of the World, Germany. I wanted to ask if there are some asylum systems or migration policies from other countries or parts of the world that you would give as a positive example. Obviously, nothing is perfect, but if you see some sort of positive examples in this, and maybe also in comparison, where do you see the EU policies compared to other parts of the world or the world? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the final question was over here. Could you raise your hand so the microphone can come to you?
So, hello, I'm Caroline from NOHA, Network on Humanitarian Action. My question has 2 different points for 2 different people, if that's okay. The first question, as a practicing lawyer, would be regarding the frameworks of international refugee law, European human rights law, international human rights law. Most of the provisions and obligations are binding on European states, including the not EU anymore UK, which is still bound by certain provisions, certain obligations. So considering what we witness in the European Union nowadays, and for example, I'm now working at the University of Warsaw, what's happening with the Polish border, with Frontex, the amount of cases that are identified but not reported, and we see that case law actually in the European Court of Human Rights is not really strong on migration issues. National interests colliding with these international principles, but what I really wanted to understand is what is actually in concrete preventing humanitarian organizations like MSF or even others that might be here present, from actually seeking legal assistance to initiate litigation, initiate and pursuing legal proceedings within the courts, taking into consideration that individual cases from individual people, asylum seekers, refugees, can also be brought to these institutions. So making use of these instruments.
Could you move to the second part?
Yes, and the second question would be specifically concerning the risk and threat of disinformation, and would go to Chris. We are witnessing a new ways of changing the political discourse, and we see that disinformation, fake news are usually connected to anti-immigration speeches from more like radical political forces. So I would like to ask you, Chris, what kind of advice, coming from I would say journalistic information point of view, would you give to humanitarians? How can we actually influence the media space to advance our objectives as humanitarians?
Thank you for all the excellent questions. I will start with Chris this time, and then maybe Ruben wants to take the question from the side of the room, and we'll end on you. It was clear now. Chris.
Yeah, hard question. I mean, as has been pointed out, you know, simply highlighting the disastrous effects of these policies seems to have a very limited impact. So we can say time and time again, this is leading to people dying, to being tortured, whatever other terrible consequences it has. And it seems to have very little effect on the discourse. I mean, to bring it back to the UK, I mean, you can see here how there's been studies done on how, you know, what people say are the most important issues to them in their lives. And whether they say it's immigration or not, essentially has a direct relationship with how much immigration is in the press. The problem is, in the UK, the press is mainly owned by millionaires, billionaires in fact, who are extremely right-wing and have been poisoning public discourse for decades. Combating that is very difficult. I think there's obviously new ways to do that. You know, I don't have any great faith in social media in and of itself, but it does allow for different voices to come through. There is a lot of work that goes on about narratives and messaging, and how that might better, amongst sort of the NGO world, and how that might better, you know, connect with people. I don't have any key recommendations. I do think we have to continue documenting the impact of these policies and what people in power are discussing and talking about, because if we don't know what's going on, we can't effectively challenge it. I don't have a direct answer to the question, I'm afraid, like how to break the impasse of essentially people having been so dehumanized to this stuff that they don't care anymore.
Thank you.
Press a button, it does work, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. Positive example, that's the billion euro question, isn't it? We could just, we don't have to leave the region, right? We could look at policy on Ukraine, which normalized and organized a large-scale displacement in such a way that actually was quite acceptable to most member states. It became harder to instrumentalize migration for Russia in this case, to use the language of the EU itself. So through normalization, you arrived at a very different scenario with migration and displacement. Yes, even within the EU itself, you have many of these examples down the years. We don't even have to go back to the period before border securitization was rolled out in the 90s, even from more recent years. And this is the biggest one that we can draw upon. And the stark contrast between that and what's going on around the Mediterranean. But we can also look, of course, beyond the borders. And if you look at talking about building coalitions and finding allies, of course, many of these will be, as we said before, in origin and transit states, to use that language. And in Africa, the African Union has for years been pushing for more free movement for its citizens, whose movement, by and large, takes place within the continent, not outside it. There's some really positive sort of streams of policy making to be built on there, potentially, even though it's been in stops and starts. West Africa, similarly, has a free movement accords that have often been undermined by European border externalization. But again, coming back to that and ensuring that you have some coherence there. and that you have some allies there for those who want to advocate for a different approach is key. So those are just some examples. Thank you.
So to answer the question on whether we ask ourselves whether we should pull out, we do. And I think there's been a bit of a build-up since 2016 when we first rejected all forms of institutional, including EU funding, and then what is the next step after that, considering the circumstances that we're facing. But then I think it's also important to look at the context. So we're working in the central Mediterranean, where Italy is using all of its powers to restrict civil search and rescue operations, including weaponizing decrees and trying to criminalize search and rescue. We're working at the border, at the Polish border with Belarus, where the government has imposed a buffer zone restricting access, so trying to block civil society and humanitarian actors from helping those who are crossing the border. We're working on the Greek islands, where through years of criminalization, there's been a massive chilling effect that has forced organizations to leave. So I think, if anything, this is a particular moment where sort of larger actors need to step in to really try to maintain a certain space for civil society to exist, and to keep sort of putting this scrutiny that we talked about, including by working with civil society and actors on the ground who might be more at risk of criminalization and prosecution. And then on the second question on litigation, this has also been sort of a key development for us, is that we actually have started relying on litigation. So one component is we've turned to the European Court of Human Rights in some instances, including in Belgium, where the Belgian government has refused to recognize people's reception rights, has left asylum seekers on the streets. So we were part of a case at the European Court of Human Rights. But more importantly, I think, is through our operations, we try to support legal aid organizations who themselves can provide legal assistance and make sure that those who do wish to press charges for violence or something else, that they're able to do so. And so now we actually view that as being an integral part of most of our migration sort of responses today, is to make sure that we have, of course, a medical component, but more importantly, that we're able to try to find a response to people's sort of legal and social needs as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it would be outrageous to attempt a summary of this discussion, but I think a few key words have definitely stuck with me, perhaps with you. The need to resist the continued normalization, to refuse to accept that any of this is either normal or without alternative. Would be one. The second is perhaps the approach to follow the money, but also really keep track of the costs and different kinds of costs that are shouldered by different kinds of actors and humans caught up in this system. The EU very often talks about breaking the business model of smugglers. Perhaps we should be talking about breaking a different sort of business model. The third would be to build new coalitions, find new constituencies. Trade unions were brought up, civil society and other institutions and actors beyond the European Union, but also perhaps new civil society movements that have not been tapped into, that don't, first of all, have potential, but I think also need moral support in the next few years in particular. And lastly, reframing the narrative change, some radical rethinking about how we talk about this issue. And I often think, us from the migration world, we are perhaps guilty of talking about migration too much and not talk about some of the other pressing concerns, but also the other policy sectors that are caught up and in fact underlying to the situation that we find ourselves in. So I will end here, and I would like to extend my thanks to this brilliant audience, to my wonderful panelists in London and here in Berlin. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you to the technical team in the room for your support. And last but not least, please, if you still have energy, stick around. There's a final session coming up at 3 p.m. today. It's the concluding reflections and takeaways with Anita Katakuzi and Hugo Slim. I think it's taking place live in the Kleistsaal downstairs and live streamed up here. So have a good break, and thank you again.
didn't even know that we have a recording. Yeah, but I mean, what you were saying at the end of Aha! Okay, so maybe I need to go to where are you working right now? No. Okay. But no. Huh? Yeah? Maybe, I mean, like, you know, like one HR, and for each, not for each, but for the department, for logistics, for public health, for gynecologists, for midwives, so like but usually if you set up Vielleicht hinten, ich gehe mal gleich unten, ja. Oh, na. Das hatte ich gesucht heute.
sometimes I don't. It's like it feels good. Yeah, no, I do, don't worry. But some of it. Yeah, no, but I need more plugging than I was before you started. So it's quite you can't see. This is nice and bright. Just checking. If there'd been a session like this, they would have all been sitting on the floor. So in other words, whether it's breakdown,
and welcome to this final session of the Humanitarian Congress 2024. Almost 2 days full of insights, debates, and exchange. I assume many ideas here in all our heads and minds, and still we are thinking about what was said, what was not said the last 2 days. With the annual theme of this Congress, critical choices, triaging humanitarian priorities, I believe many debates were to the point and couldn't have been more pertinent and pressing. We are at a time where humanitarian needs and complexities are skyrocketing. Conflicting geopolitical, economic, or security priorities are interfering with humanitarian priorities, and critical government donors, like the German government, for example, will cut humanitarian assistance. I personally would have loved to hear the whole session, for example, on humanitarian in the shadow of politics, where stakeholders from government, humanitarian aid, NGOs are discussing what is happening inside the humanitarian world in the shadows of politics, and how much, as one colleague put it, is not just Europe influenced, but Europe influencing as well, and other players, what is happening in the world. But this session now shall not be an ordinary wrap-up of what you may or shall have heard the last days. As we envision the Congress to be a space for continuous self-critical reflection and also forward learning, I am glad and honored to welcome you all to our final session with 2 distinguished and smart expert discussants. Both of them will take us with them on their journey of digesting what they have heard across the 15 panels and workshop sessions, and I hope also on the corridor talks they had the last 2 days. For the next 40 to 45 minutes, we invited them to reflect amongst each other and with you on what they found most striking, what they found surprising, and maybe what you were missing and what you were hoping for. So without further ado, I would like to invite Anita Katakuri and Dr. Hugo Slim to take over the stage. And as the 2 of them will enter into conversation and then bring you all in, it would be great to hear also from you what resonated most with you, what you heard and learned and elaborated the last 2 days. And just a short briefing on the 2 panelists. I'm sure you know them quite well, but just to introduce them to you, Anita is Director of Policy at NEAR, the Network for Empowered Aid Response, a movement of local and national civil society organizations. There she leads the network's advocacy and policy efforts to transform the global system. Anita brings 14 years of experience in humanitarian assistance and financing, and a long-lasting as well as institutional mandated focus on localization of these concluding reflections. Welcome, Anita.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to, you made it. We're at the end, the last hour. Thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for being here. And also a warm welcome to Hugo. Hugo is, amongst others, a senior research fellow at the Las Casas Institute for Social Justice and at the Institute of Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict at Oxford University. His career has combined academia, policymaking, humanitarian diplomacy, and relief operations. And he is a thought leader and a thought provoker to many of us. So, I hope you all enjoy the conversation. I also want to welcome Hugo being here on stage with us. And now I will give the word to Anita, and I will just be back like 10 minutes, 5 minutes before we end.
Okay, there was almost a false start there. I thought I was getting the mic. Good. We're going to keep this a little bit informal. I know we've all had we have a lot in our brains, so you are going to be part of this session. We will kick us off, but we want you to have your brains on and participate as well. Over the last 2 days, we have explored some of the most pressing challenges in the system, for sure. And I think that we all would agree that the system, we, actors, and how we operate together are at something of a critical juncture. The humanitarian landscape is shifting. There are new actors or different power dynamics that are emerging. The complex realities of humanitarian action, the ways that we have always been doing things, they're not going to work. So we enter, and I would say probably the past 5 years in particular, we have been testing different roles, different systems, different models. And I think that there's a tension right now, almost tangible, a feeling that the old ways of working and the old frameworks that have been holding all of us up are not going to be sustainable for the future ahead. And that there's an urgency to doing something about this. So I want to start off the reflections here with a question to you, Hugo, about this moment that we're in. What do you think about it? Do you get that same feeling that I do, that there's urgency, that the old frameworks aren't going to be sustainable, that we're at this critical juncture?
I do, and thank you, Anita. And it's so lovely to be with you all in Berlin. Always, it's just before I answer the question. It's always my favorite show, actually. Each year, the Berlin Humanitarian Congress, largely because it's always fun being with sort of Germans and in Berlin and everything, but also because it has a critical mass of young students engaged in humanitarian work or medical work or whatever, and I really love that, and you bring a different vibe to these events. So thank you for inviting me, and thanks for being here. And Anita and I are a member of a special club, because we are both ex-fam. I don't know if you know what that means, but when you both worked for Oxfam, you are ex-fam. And so we are ex-fam sister and brother, which is great. So it's lovely to be up here with you too. So the times we are in, the times you are in as humanitarians, and particularly the new generation here. It's very hard, and we've heard all over these last 2 days why it's very difficult, why it's very challenging. There are terrible wars. There seems to be a complete disregard for the Geneva Conventions and IHL in so many of those wars. You're losing the faith of your domestic politicians, perhaps your citizens as well, so they are reducing funding. You've got competition from defense spending. Things are very difficult. But all I want to say to you, because I'm an 80s humanitarian, we discovered when we chatted, because I started in 1983, which makes me about 104 now, I think. So I started then, and all I would say to you is beware of generationism. I don't know if you need another ism if you haven't got enough. So generationism is that attitude you get when you think one generation is particularly superior than another, or one generation is particularly unique to another, or one generation is particularly worse than another. And beware of that, because it's not really true, because every decade I've been in as a humanitarian, there has been a terrible war. There's been terrible disregard for IHL. There's been donor wobbling, or donors are part of that war, and they want us to do certain things in that war because they want to win it their way. So there are always hard times. There's always issues of money, and there's always hard times about the growth of the system. Is it growing the white way? Is it growing in a colonial way? Is it growing in an empowering way? Is it too full of white people? Has it got enough people from Africa and Asia and other places? All these things are right as problems. And they won't go away, because that's the thing about being a humanitarian. You accept to work in those terrible moments. So you've got the terrible wars between Hamas and Israel, and Hezbollah and Israel and Iran, and everything happening in what we used to call the Levant, where the sun rises. You have that. You have Ukraine. It's very difficult, but that's your job. And that's the challenge for your generation. And it was just as bad for the other ones, and it'll be just as bad in the future, I think. So you need to be a bit of a realist as a humanitarian, and then grab the challenge. The thing that you've got, which is probably it is different, is the climate emergency. That is rather yours in a way that it wasn't ours in the same way in the 80s, 90s, 2000s even. And that is a huge challenge. So I think that's something you need to take very seriously. And it's two things are interesting there. First of all, the trouble with these terrible wars that happen in every generation. And remember, when I was a child, the Americans were carpet bombing Laos and Vietnam and things. So it's not as if IHL has had a golden age. It hasn't really. These terrible wars dominate our near view, our short-term view. They distract us terribly, as they have to in a way. But it's really important your generation is able to see past them as well to the long-term challenge of climate emergency. And interestingly, from these last 2 days, this is interesting, but it was the climate sessions that were the most optimistic, the most constructive. This is what we can do. We know we've got to do this. We can make these tweaks. We can influence climate finance. We can do stuff. And it's exciting. And the war ones are the most dispirited, disheartened. And just keep an eye on that, because I think you need to be realistic and realize that wars are always awful. I'm afraid you can't really have a nice one. I mean, the Western powers tried to pretend they were having a nice one by really, saying IHL is so important and we're just targeting all over Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria. But Syria had a horrible war in the last decade or so. Now there's other horrible wars. The Ukraine war is dreadful. Congo goes on, heading towards being a 100-year war, like the Israel-Palestine war is now a 100-year war. So those are yours to deal with, and so it's good that you're thinking about them all. The interesting challenge you have now is therefore what to do with the system, and every generation has that challenge as well. Every humanitarian generation says, so how can we be better? What do we need to change the system in this context? And just to remember, the system you have today was invented. The generation before me, even before Ulrika, invented the Geneva Conventions. And they invented them. They wrote them down. They made them up over 4 years, and they wrote them down, and they put them there. Then my generation, the 60s, invented humanitarian principles. Humanity wasn't a humanitarian principle before 1965. They invented it and said, yeah, humanity should be up there. Then my generation, in a rather technocratic, sort of pedestrian way, invented the sphere standards, about which we're all very excited, and the Code of Conduct, and the Common Humanitarian Standard, and all these things, and now the Environmental Charter, fantastic, that Niche is here leading. We invent this stuff. And you're inherited it because somebody else invented it in their time when they thought this was the thing to do to change, and etc. So my challenge to you is reinvent it. So invent something new, and we've heard lots of good ideas about that. And the most powerful phrase I heard from Nima in the opening session was, don't necessarily triage the people, triage the system. triage the system, see what should be left to die, what's got a chance that you could repair and you'll do later, and what you can really do now. Triage the system and get rid of a lot of the stuff that we've invented before that doesn't work, or the bad habits we've fallen into, and get rid of them, reinvent it. I'm not going to try, but Anita is, because I'm not going to be here to see what you've invented, 10, 20 years' time. So I'm going to pass it to you now, Anita, and say, how will you reinvent it? What have you heard in the last couple of days about reinventing it or changing it?
I think probably all of us can reflect together. There's been pieces, building blocks in the different sessions. The first thing I'd like to do, though, is acknowledge that we have been trying to build a new system for many decades, lots of different actors. And in the building, we hear this word ecosystem, right? And it's not actually a singular system that we're talking about here. And what I think where we need to start is an acknowledgement that there's not going to be one system. And for better or worse, your generation has created a situation in which there is a dominance of one system within the humanitarian sector. And that is not the future that I think is going to be sustainable. It is multiple systems operating together. We heard this morning about the remittance and diaspora networks. This is a system that is quadruple the size of our system, the international humanitarian system. We know that there is, frameworks and institutions in Asia, ASEAN, in the African Union, as hard as it is trying to build, different systems that are going to create new centers of gravity for humanitarian action. And that is going to be the foundation of the future. We are not going to sustain ourselves in one system because it hasn't worked. That, I think, is the first place to start off with. Back to your question, what do we do about it? I think that those of us in this room, those that have been operating in the dominant international humanitarian system for however many years, really have to redefine our role. And that has been discussed on in multiple sessions. And I think that, I'd really like to pick up on a thread that was mentioned in the politics session, or the shadow of politics session, around growth and the growth models of international actors, UN agencies and INGOs. We have WFP, who has an annual operating budget that's larger than some countries. How did that happen? Why did that happen? Why do we think that we have to grow singularly as organizations in order to try and reach more people? We need to be considering scale differently. How do we connect? How do we collaborate? How do we shift from this idea that growth models will allow us to meet more needs? Because that hasn't happened. And in the context of shrinking funding within our sector, despite huge amounts of wealth in the country, in the world, we really need to consider degrowth models, actively pursuing degrowth. I think that this is going to shift our roles very much from competition, which I think is prevalent in our sector, this idea that we need to be unique and do our thing. And as much as I love MSF, I think, and there's huge added value, actually MSF is not unique. There are so many health workers, maybe not exactly the same way, for sure, but there are hundreds of health workers all over the world doing what MSF is doing. Oxfam, same. CARE, I mean, we can go down the list of all the top INGOs, of the UN agencies. We should be collaborating more. There's real scale that can be reached if we do much more considered complementarity. And that, I think, this is really like not considering it from not considering the redefinition of our roles from a scarcity mindset, that we have to somehow protect things about our identity and about our organizations, that we have to take up that challenge that Nemo had put to us, that we've heard from today's keynote speaker, from others, where we really center, like, what are the needs of a community? Because a community member, a person, does not care who gives them aid. Does not care if you have an MSF logo or if you have a NEAR logo or any logo. Perhaps we should all be purple. Let's get rid of all of our colors and all of our logos. Let's just all be purple. Why not? Why do we have to really reach for that visibility and that? And I think that, I'm starting to go on a tangent. Let me pause there on growth and competition. Let me talk a little bit about referencing the challenge of politics and politicking and advocacy, that the challenge that Heba gave to us, the gauntlet she threw in the opening session, which I think kind of came up over and over. There was more and quite a few references to, should we do more advocacy as humanitarians? And I think that there's something important to make, a distinction that we need to have, which is, we're not talking about politics and political activism in the partisan sense. We're talking about it in the equity and justice sense. We're talking about political solidarity for the rights and dignity of the people that we work with, that we support, that we help or we serve. This is the politics that NEAR members, that Global South civil society that are part of NEAR, want to see from international actors. That if we have a system that is based on this, then we can create something new and something better. And I think that I think this brings us to new narratives, which is a thread that was picked up in multiple sessions. I heard it in the Gated Europe session. There was a whole session yesterday, a brilliant session yesterday on narratives. And I think that we really need to work on a new narrative that fundamentally reshapes the way power, leadership, decision-making, resources operate within the system, because that's what narratives do. That's what they affect and shape. I can keep going, but I will stop there. I wonder, Hugo, if we should open this up now to the audience, or if you want to add something.
Well, I just want to add a bit on narratives, because I think that's interesting. And narratives is, I don't think I used it a bit at university, I suppose, but then I didn't really use it much as a humanitarian in the 80s and 90s. And then, of course, people like Foucault came along and all the French social theorists, and then we all had to start talking about narratives. And we had to see history in a great sweep of French interpretation, and it was all about power and oppression and all this sort of stuff. So then we got narratives, and you've got narratives, is particularly in the young generation, a lot. And you're right, we've heard a lot about narratives this last 2 days, and it is important that we understand what narratives are being pushed at us, and therefore we can politically deconstruct them and take them apart if necessary. It's also important that we are careful with the narrative we put about ourselves, because we have put about a rather triumphalist narrative in the last 20, 30, 40, well, probably 100 years, which centers our work rather than the people of the society around it. So narratives are important, but I would just say, beware of just being narrative humanitarians. And I think what's been interesting about this 2 days is that sometimes you're in a session and it's largely about politics and narrative and what's happening and what should we be doing and how should we change the narrative and what should we do. And then sometimes you go to these really great sort of more scientific sessions, practical sessions, particularly in this couple of days on health. So, there was a really good session on maternal mortality. And that was great to be at because it wasn't just about what narrative should we have about maternal mortality, how should we, it was, what is it? Why are 120 million women dying in unsafe abortions around the world every year? What can we do about it? And then really factual, interesting stuff about what you as humanitarians can do across a spectrum of sort of, PHC support, primary health support, through to, and this is in a way, it's incredibly encouraging, of self-managed care, so that women can take pills these days if they know how to take them, and those pills can be moved relatively quickly. So that was really interesting to hear, and so was the WASH session just now. That was great. That was quite optimistic. Maybe they didn't think it was optimistic. Having been to about 5 sessions on war, I felt it really was quite optimistic. So really practical things about WASH, water, sanitation, what we can do technically, what we need to do in terms of understanding how to climate-proof operations, how to improve water systems, etc. And I think it's really important as humanitarians you don't forget that you are primarily practical operators trying to make the physical world better as well. And then, of course, I couldn't go, but there was a packed session on mental health. And again, that's important to understand what we can do to do that. So all I'm saying is be careful as humanitarians of being distracted by narratives and the political dimension of your work, and stay really focused on the nuts and bolts. Because for 2 reasons. Then you will, help other people to save lives and save their own lives and find their own way through climate emergency and war. But also that's where your credibility lies. If you're not good at your job, you're never going to be able to defend any narrative coming at you. So, focus on the work as well.
Can I challenge you
there?
Yeah,
do.
Because I think maybe it is a generational thing, and I don't want to make it a generational thing.
We have narratives, we have stories.
But I do think that, if this generation, if you all here are going to be building something new, you need to understand, we need to be able to take apart what the values are that underpin that. And while we heard throughout this week that humanitarian principles are very critical and important to that there are other values there, right at our fingertips, that need to be brought in, that are already at play. And if there isn't a clarity about what that is, then the doing will operate against the purpose. And so I think narrative is really essential here. And why probably this conference tried to straddle both the doing and the narrative. Because you cannot create something new without this clarity of narrative. And I think that if we're, I want to pick up on what Ugochi said this morning, and who was telling us not to put ourselves in boxes, right? And I think that, just getting things done, the technical thing, the pragmatic thing, that's what we used to do. We put our heads down and we just keep going, and no matter what happens around us, what bombs are going off, literally, we just keep going. And that, I think, is, we have to stop putting ourselves in that box. We have to push further. We have to work with climate leaders and activists. We have to work across with peace builders and justice we have to do it all.
So I'm going to accept all that, but then I'm going to say that the narrative I didn't hear in the last 2 days was a narrative about partnership. What is partnership? So in a sense, I heard a lot of what you've just said. We need to collaborate. We need to move from a, business-to-customer model to a business-to-business model, so we're actually working with diaspora aid, with communities, with government, local government around the world to enable and work with them as good partners. So in which case, the sort of scientific session we didn't have here is, what makes a partnership? How to be a good partner? And it was very revealing. Lovely Betty Carr from WFP when she was talking yesterday, and she said, yes, and when we recruit partners, and then she went, oh, no, that wasn't well said. And it wasn't well said, because you don't recruit partners. You find them, you discuss with them, you see if it's a good fit, and then you agree together to be partners in some way. And that's going to be, if you do change the aid model, that's the core skill you're going to need. So that's the session we didn't have, in a sense, on what makes a good partnership. And just to say, because, you were talking about and I totally agree that, my generation of aid has, from the 90s onwards, which has been the sort of neoliberal aid phase when governments just threw money at international organizations and NGOs, the sector has become far too internationalized. And that's why a lot of you are rightly swinging the pendulum back, and NEAR represents that, to a partnership model. But of course, when I started in the 80s, it was all about partnership, that the other way of doing humanitarianism was in Latin America, in the context of dictatorship. Carefully, it's using solidarity-based humanitarian partnership to go and often covertly support, finance, help, advise groups who were really engaged in important resistance kind of humanitarianism. The same on the anti-apartheid movement, where, the frontline states and others, there were a lot of humanitarians, often from the Catholic tradition and other religious groups like the Quakers, really trying to work carefully in partnership to support people under constant pressure. And I think that's a lot more the model you're going to do. Now, as you rightly said, that was the road not taken by 90s, 2000s humanitarianism. They didn't take the Latin American, South African, or even the first Intifada Palestinian model of aid. They took the largely expeditionary, we'll go out and go into a place model of more colonial type aid. So you've just got to recover that other tradition in your generation, I think.
Yeah, I think that the credibility that the international community are going to have in the future is based on your relationships and your partnerships, for sure. I do not think it's in your footprint and how many people you are directly reaching. I believe that system is already here. It's just how much we look around us and see.
And it's very exciting. It's much more exciting kind of work in a way, because I was what they call a suitcase humanitarian in the first Intifada. So I worked from London, but I would arrive for sort of 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time in Gaza and the West Bank, and I basically had money, and that's what I had. And I knew the partners, and I would meet them, go to Gaza for a couple of days or whatever, and see how it was going, and then leave the money, agree the project, go away again. And there were lots of us doing that. And you've just got to tell these governments that finance you to let you do it, which came out very strongly from the Sudan session, actually, about working with the resistance groups, the citizen groups. Or if they don't let you, just get money from somewhere else.
We definitely have not covered all the topics. I think now is the time for us to open to you all. What themes have you heard? Where are you reflecting? What do you think about this critical juncture we're at? Was that too abrupt?
And if there are no questions...
Oh, we can definitely... Oh, yes, please. Hugo and I can definitely keep filling up this time, for sure.
I'll just make the start. I'm sure that we have brilliant reflections and ideas back here in the room. My name is Mariam from Doctors of the World. Thank you so much for being here and reflecting and wrapping it up. It's not easy to do that. My reflection would be, sorry, Hugo, I'm on the side of Anita and yours, of course. I'm in the middle, and I couldn't agree more with you. I think we need to do it all, because narratives are like language. They translate into structure. And when we look at the structure and the system, then it goes back to money and power, what you said in the beginning. And you also said very rightfully, there is enough wealth in the world. So with shrinking funds for humanitarian, we all know where the money goes to and where the power and the attention goes to. So yes, we can do more with less and need to think out of the box, but still we need to see, I think, about wealth. Where is power? How is it distributed? And how can we find other ways to engage. For example, the loss and damages discussion, humanitarians are very much out of it, but it's also about redistribution and about solidarity. And my question is, listening a lot about changing roles of humanitarians, and I think that is a way where we move forward. Might that be a way to tackle root causes of injustice, structural injustice, poverty? Because for years and years we have heard that, yeah, we are humanitarians, that's not our job, we can't do it. And I feel myself very often as a double mandated, as working for an organization with a double mandate, a little bit trapped in that discussion, whereas I still believe in the fundamental importance of humanitarian principles. So my question would be, do you believe that with taking on changing roles and shifting, we might be able as humanitarians to tackle those root causes a little bit more? Because we are within the economic logic. No? When we talk about degrowth, we are also part of that logic. And one of the speakers, Misun, she reminded us about capitalism, about patriarchy as one of the root causes. Thank you.
Arms trade, I think Misun, I was in that session. She did a brilliant job of reminding us of the context there. Yeah, I mean, Hugo, do you want to start?
Well, so, yeah, and I totally agree with you. I wasn't saying, narratives are rubbish. I was saying don't only be narrative humanitarians. You've got to also be really good at your job. And on terms of, what do I do in a dual mandate, multi-mandate thing, you can reinvent humanitarianism if you like. And you can say it involves resilience, it involves the long term, it needs multi-year financing. It's a different thing, because remember, the word humanitarianism in the 18th century, the 19th century meant everything. It meant factory reform, anti-slavery, housing for the poor, votes for everybody. It meant everything. But then only really from World War I onwards did it get narrowed down to meaning war relief. And then it got all tangled up in these principles. So you can, in your generation, you can redefine humanitarianism if you want, to break this dualism that we have, because it wasn't there before. So it is up for grabs. It's an important moment, and I think the climate emergency allows you to do that. I've just written a book where I'm basically changing the principle of humanity and changing the principle of impartiality to make it much more holistic, so that you do have responsibilities beyond the human, to nature, and to the future. And if you accept that new definition of humanity and humanitarianism, then you don't get stuck in the endless Western dualism of short-term, long-term relief development. You break through into a sort of Chinese space where they just see everything as one problem.
And I'll draw an example from NIR's membership in Indonesia, Humanitarian Development Civil Society, I think numbering in the hundreds, maybe thousands, definitely multiple hundreds, met together to discuss principles for their collective action. And they have determined a whole set of principles that will guide them in their work in Indonesia. And does it draw on humanitarian principles? Absolutely. Because of course, they value those, but it does not only. And I think that this dual mandates, I think, challenge us, make us feel like there's an either or. And that's a false narrative. It really is a false narrative. Political solidarity and neutrality can operate together. I challenge you all to think that through, because it can. In Indonesia, they have created values that include faith. Their faith, that is essential to whom they are, in the spirit of giving, which has existed since humanity, right? The spirit of giving is what actually underpins all of us before the principles came. So I think it is possible. I think we just need to think broadly. Let's let go of our organizational egos, relax those things, start working in networks. I was super inspired with the regular reference of the community of practice of local negotiators, CCFN, something like this, CCHN. This is a couple of organizations coming together to build a community of practice of frontline negotiators. And they're just creating this network of amazing negotiators that are sharing knowledge on how to do negotiations at the front line. And this is brilliant. This is the future to me.
If there's a pause, I've got one question for you all, because I'm intrigued by it. I want to know how many, because we've talked a lot about IHL in the last 2 days. I want to know how many of you in this audience, and I want you to be very honest, have read the Geneva Conventions, all of them, the 4 Geneva Convention and then the additional protocol. And it's about 301 pages. I want to know how many of you have really read them. Hands right, yeah, all of it. Yeah, absolutely. You've picked it up one weekend and thought, if I'm a humanitarian, I better read all of this.
How many of you read the abridged version, not the 300 pages?
Well, hang on, what is the abridged version? Because that's my point. That's my point. Because both Marco Sassoli and someone else today, the nice lady who was on Zoom, Claire, were talking in the IHL session. There was a great IHL session. That was a good techie session too, where we were thinking, what do we need to change in the law? And they both said, IHL's very disappointing. You will be disappointed by IHL. And you will be, because I think the abridged version you may have read is a slight misrepresentation of IHL, actually. And I have a feeling that there's a sense in the humanitarian community, because you desire, in a way, the abolition of civilian suffering in war and civilian destruction. The sentiment is almost abolitionist, that you don't realize that the IHL in which you haven't read, and which you hope really is abolitionist like you in some way, that civilians shouldn't suffer, that places shouldn't be destroyed, that it is like that. Well, I suggest you read it, because actually, in a way, it's very qualified. You get wonderful rules and principles about this, that, and the other, and then there's often a couple of paragraphs that go, unless, except, etc., etc. So that's why I urge you to read it, because otherwise you're in danger of misinformation, actually, of peddling misinformation. So when I was teaching, I made everyone read it. And I used to give them the copies from ICRC London, so they couldn't not read it. And we used to go through sections of it together. And I urge you all to do that before you claim it as a champion that it perhaps isn't for you in every way you would like it to be.
We have near members in Latin America that actually believe international human rights law is a much better legal framework for their work in humanitarian action than IHL.
I would just echo that, because I think that's interesting too. And there's a vested interest in the war community and the rights community to sort of separate themselves. But actually, in the jargon of the day, they coexist. And human rights law for certain situations you're going to be working in is probably better.
Gaza. Anyway, are there other hands or thoughts? I think maybe as we close out...
I think we should just ask who's read the Human Rights Conventions too, shouldn't we? Yeah. Have you read anything, guys?
Maybe that's a good pivot to accountability, which was a big theme of the conference. Accountability came up quite often. I want to link the accountability conversation to the global governance reform conversations, UN reform, the work that Heba flagged, that she started, that she's doing now, but that has been ongoing, UN Security Council reform. I think there are so many different layers of accountability here that need to be discussed that were brought up amongst different sessions. There's a phrase that John Bryant said yesterday in the narrative session around double standards hemorrhaging goodwill within the system. So, when donors act or governments act one way in Ukraine versus another way in Sudan or Gaza. And I think that we can talk about accountability at that level. And there is certainly reforms that are needed at the global governance level. But then there's also accountability at the community level that I feel like was sort of discussed, but maybe a little bit missing from the top line narrative. And I would urge you all to think about how does your action or inaction, your political solidarity, affect the trust that your the communities have in you and your work? I don't know the answer, but I've certainly been in contexts and in countries where an international NGO's humanitarian mandate has prevented speaking out on a crisis, which has left the community feeling mistrustful. This is not always the case, but sometimes. And I do think that there are high levels of trust and accountability that need to be built, but also at the in country, in context. How do you stand up for rights and dignity? If there are no other comments or questions, I think, one last one to take us home.
Do you want this one?
Yes, thank you also for your brilliant summary of our rich 2 days. And maybe just from my side, talking about what I'm taking with me from those days, it's not only the discussions, the concepts, the something versus something else. It's much more a lot of energy, as I was through the discussions, and sometimes we tend to be too intellectual. But so many testimonies also from people from the field who are saying, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Sometimes I'm feeling so helpless, but at the same time, I have this energy. I want to do that, and I need to do it, and it's giving me force. Someone said that, and that's what I'm also taking with me, not only new concepts and new ideas on how to do things better, but energy to do this job, and the deeper conviction that this is the right thing to do, and that we shouldn't resignate, even if I think I'm also the 8 years generation, and I also thought every generation has a horrible crisis. But for the moment, I'm feeling more desperate, maybe, than in the past crisis. And so in this sense, I think the energy that I take from those sessions is really, really important and helping to continue. Thank you.
Time has run, and I just realized during the introduction I missed something. I just was saying, I think something like smart experts. I missed the word passionate. Anita, thank you. Thank you so much for this passionate summary, for your thoughts. I would like also to thank you for how you masterfully assisted all of us in making a bit more sense of what we had and have in front of us when we talk about triaging and also talk about trade-offs in humanitarian practice and interdependent crises. I also want to thank you for leaving us with some food for thought, more than already, some homeworks, 300 pages. A big, big thank you to both of you, first of all. As I'm marking the final moments of this Congress, I want to add a more elaborate list of thank yous. First of all, I want to address all our distinguished speakers. You are at the core of this Congress. Your thoughtful insights and your courage to sit here and feed into discussions. Thank you so much. Another huge thank you goes to the organizational backbones to this Congress, namely Fabian Steinke, and Katharina Hases. Both of them managing the last 2 days and everything, what happened, what worked out, what you were eating, drinking, all the speakers you had. An amazing time, I hope, and interesting. But of course, this was a team effort, and the gratitude also extends to the organizers, staff at the German Red Cross, at Médecins du Monde, or at Oxfam. I learned about Oxfam and Oxfam today. And of course, my colleagues in MSF, and to all the volunteers who have been in the last days, at the reception, in the hallways, in the session rooms. You were critical for the run of the show. Thank you so much. Whilst our Congress program comes to an end, discussions and changes around the issues we discussed must happen outside of the conference halls as well. Therefore, I want to thank you, dear participants. I want to thank you for joining the Congress in person in Berlin, but also online. I believe being here, discussing here, is already part of reflecting upon the questions related to the theme we discussed this year. And at the same time, I would like to call on all of us, let us keep this uncomfortable sometimes, but very necessary conversations alive, not only amongst us when it's nice and cozy, but when it becomes really uncomfortable, when we go out and talk to governments, when we do talk to institutional donors. But we also need to continue conversations within our communities and societies. We are talking about fundamental values which are under pressure, and I understand it's not the first time, but it also means that the discussions shouldn't stop. We need to ensure the humanitarian cause and principled, solely needs-based humanitarian assistance that is so urgently required fulfills its purpose. And indeed, it can reform and progress at the speed and level that so many of us are calling for and working on. So let's continue. And now I want to just close with one last very logistical note. As you might have seen on the program, the Congress sessions come to an end, but there is one last offer we brought to this Humanitarian Congress. It's a film screening, a documentary screening about the Ebola epidemic in 2014-15 in West Africa. It's called Affliction, Doctors Without Borders in Action Against Ebola. We're happy to have Dr. Max Gertler with us. He was with MSF in Guinea by that time, and he's also an epidemiologist, and I'm happy he will be there with us for discussions afterwards. And now, thanks again for all of you for being here, and I'm happy we're also able to watch the parts we missed maybe online. I want to thank once more Hugo and Anita, and hope to see you during the movie in Affliction.